Towards a New Socialism by W. Paul Cockshot and Alan Cottreell. Read by Dessalines. Section. About this book. Towards a New Socialism was published in 1993 by Spokesman, Bertrand Russell House, Gamble Street, Nottingham, England, and printed by the Russell Press, Nottingham. The text is copyright W. Paul Cockshot and Alan Cottreell. This digital version was prepared by Alan Cottreell using LaTeX. Besides pagination, it differs from the Spokesman printing only in respect of the correction of a few typographical errors and some minor reorganization of tables and figures. No attempt has been made to update the book at this point. Paul Cockshot currently works at the Alan Turing Institute of the University of Glasgow, and Alan Cottreell in the Department of Economics at Wake Forest University, North Carolina. The authors wish to thank Maria Black, Ron Buchanan, and Greg Michelson for useful discussions of the ideas in this book. Alan Cottreell also wishes to acknowledge assistance in the form of research grants from Elan College, North Carolina, and the Kerr Bequest at the University of Edinburgh. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Introduction. Quote, "Socialism has been tried. 70 years after the Bolshevik Revolution, history's verdict is that it has failed." End quote. All those still inclined to call themselves socialists in the 1990s are obliged to offer some response to this widely held view. This book is our response. It may be useful first, however, to distinguish our view from some responses to be found among the left in the West. Presumably, most socialists will wish to say that the sort of social system they seek is substantially different from the Soviet model. But the grounds for this claim may be various. The first distinction to make is between social democrats and those we might call idealist Marxists. The former might argue that the failure of Soviet socialism has little to say about the future of, say, Scandinavian-style social democracy. This may be true. It so happens that the period of crisis of Soviet socialism has coincided with an onslaught on social democratic ideas and institutions, particularly, although not exclusively, in Britain and the USA. But one might argue that this connection is, if not fortuitous, then at any rate less than logically necessary. Even if the crisis of the Soviet system is terminal, that is, one can imagine the political pendulum swinging back towards social democracy in the West. As we shall see, however, there are some grounds for doubt on this score. Idealist Marxists, on the other hand, tend to claim that the failure in the Eastern Bloc should not count against Marxism, since the Soviet system represented the betrayal rather than the realization of Marxian ideals. While the Social Democrats say that Soviet socialism was not the kind of socialism they wanted, these Marxists say that the USSR, post-Lenin perhaps, was not really socialist at all. Social Democrats may accept that the Soviet system was indeed Marxist, and they reject Marxism. Idealist Marxists cling to their theory, while claiming that it has not yet been put into practice. Our position is distinct from both of these views. First of all, we argue that social democracy sells short the historic aspirations of socialism. It represents an insufficiently radical solution to the ills of modern capitalist societies. In contrast to the Social Democrats, we believe that there is much of value in the classical Marxian project of radical social transformation. On the other hand, we reject the idealist view, which seeks to preserve the purity of socialist ideals, at the cost of disconnecting them from historical reality. We recognize, that is, that the Soviet-type societies were in a significant sense socialist. Of course, they did not represent the materialization of the ideals of Marx or Engels, or even of Lenin. But then what concrete historical society was ever the incarnation of an idea? When we use the term socialism as a social scientific concept to differentiate a specific form of social organization by virtue of its specific mode of production, we must recognize that socialism is not a utopia. It is quite unscientific to claim that because the Soviet system was not democratic, therefore it cannot have been socialist. Or more generally, to build whatever features of society one considers most desirable into the very definitions of socialism. Our view can be summed up as follows. 1. Soviet society was indeed socialist. 2. This society had many undesirable and problematic features. 3. The problems of Soviet society were in part related to the extremely difficult historical circumstances in which the Bolsheviks set about trying to build socialism. But that is not all. Important policy mistakes were made, just as possible in a socialist society as in capitalism. And furthermore, the problems of Soviet socialism, in part, reflect serious weaknesses in classical Marxism itself. 4. The failure of the Soviet system is therefore by no means irrelevant to Marxian socialism. We must reflect carefully on the lessons to be learned from this failure. 5. Nonetheless, unlike those who delight in proclaiming the complete historic rout of Marxism, we believe that a different type of socialism, still recognizably Marxian, yet substantially reformulated, is possible. The Soviet Union was socialist, but other forms of Marxian socialism are possible. 6. This claim can be sustained only by spelling out in much more detail than hitherto both the sorts of economic mechanisms and the forms of political constitution which socialists consider both desirable and feasible. This we try to do in the book. In this introduction, we begin to offer some answers to certain questions arising from these statements. Why is social democracy inadequate? In what sense was the USSR socialist? Insofar as the shortcomings of Soviet society arose from policy mistakes and lacunae in Marxist theory, what were those mistakes and lacunae? What is the basis for the claim that a revival of socialism is both possible and desirable? We cannot answer these large questions in any detail here. Our intention is to sketch the outlines of answers, and to point forwards to the chapters which will flesh out the sketches. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Why is social democracy inadequate? Social democracy has traditionally stood for a mixed economy, for the mitigation of the inequalities of capitalism by means of a system of progressive taxation and social benefits, for parliamentary democracy and civil liberties. At their most successful, social democratic parties have certainly succeeded in improving the conditions of the working classes, compared to a situation of unregulated capitalism. In Britain, the National Health Service remains the most enduring monument to this sort of amelioration. Nonetheless, very substantial problems remain. First, capitalist economic mechanisms tend to generate gross inequalities of income, wealth, and life chances, as discussed in Chapter 1. And social democracy has had little real impact on these inequalities, which have indeed worsened over the last decade or so. Only a radical change in the mode of distribution of personal incomes, such as that advocated in Chapter 2, offers a real prospect of eliminating gross inequality. Secondly, the mixed economy is problematic in two important ways. In the mixed economies that have existed to date, the socialist elements have remained subordinated to the capitalist elements. That is, the commodity and wage forms have remained the primary forms of organization of production and payment of labor, respectively. Socialist activities have had to be financed out of tax revenue extracted from the capitalist sector, which has meant that the opportunities for expansion of welfare measures and the free distribution of basic services have been dependent on the health of the capitalist sector and the strength of the tax base. Only when the capitalist sector has been growing strongly have social democratic governments been able to deliver the goods. In this way, the capacity of social democratic governments to reshape the class structure of society has been inherently self-limiting. Attempts at radical redistribution always threaten to destroy the engine of capitalist wealth creation, on which those governments ultimately depend. Linked to the foregoing, if the mixed economy is a mixture of capitalist and socialist elements, there has been little serious attempt to define the principles of the operation of the socialist sector. This leaves the whole idea of a mixed economy vulnerable in a world context where the planned economies are disintegrating. Advocates of the unfettered market can argue, in effect, that if planning is being rejected in its heartlands, why should it be tolerated in the West, even as a subordinate element of the system? Insofar as Western social democrats have no coherent idea of what planned and non-commodity forms of production are ultimately about, and how their efficiency can be assessed, they are ill-placed to defend their favored mixture, except in a rather vague and moralizing manner. From this point of view, our attempts to define the principles of a socialist economic mechanism might be seen as providing the socialist backbone, which is conspicuously lacking in contemporary social democracy. Even those who disagree with our advocacy of a fully planned economy might find some value in our arguments, insofar as they illuminate the undeveloped component in the mixed economy's mix. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. In what sense was the USSR socialist? Here we base ourselves on the classical Marxist analysis of society. In Marx's view, the most basic distinguishing feature of different modes of social organization is the manner in which they ensure the extraction of a surplus product from the direct producers. This requires a little explanation. The necessary product on this theory is the product required to maintain and reproduce the workforce itself. This will take the form of consumer goods and services for the workers and their families, and the investment in plant, equipment, and so on that is needed simply to maintain the society's means of production in working order. The surplus product, on the other hand, is that portion of social output used to maintain the non-producing members of society. A heterogeneous lot, ranging from the idle rich, to politicians, to the armed forces, to retired working people. Plus that portion devoted to net expansion of the stock of the means of production. Any society capable of supporting non-producing members, and of generating an economically progressive program of net investment, must have some mechanism for compelling or inducing the direct producers to produce more than is needed simply to maintain themselves. The precise nature of this mechanism is, according to Marxist theory, the key to understanding the society as a whole. Not just the economy, but also the general form of the state and of politics. Our claim is that the Soviet system put into effect a mode of extraction of the surplus product, quite different from that of capitalism. To put this point in context, some more general historical background may be useful. Consider, first, the distinction between feudal and capitalist society. Under feudalism, the extraction of a surplus product was plainly visible to all. The specific forms were various, but one typical method involved the peasants working their own fields for so many days in the week, and the lord's land for the rest. Alternatively, the peasants might have to surrender a portion of the produce of their own fields to the lord. If such a society is to reproduce itself, the direct producers must be held in some form of direct subordination or servitude. Political and legal equality is out of the question. A religious ideology that speaks of the distinct places allotted to individuals on this earth, and of the virtues of knowing one's proper place, and that promises a heavenly reward for those who fulfill their role in God's earthly scheme, will also be very useful. Under capitalism, on the other hand, the extraction of the surplus product becomes invisible in the form of the wage contract. The parties to the contract are legal equals, each bringing their property to the market and conducting a voluntary transaction. No bell rings in the factory to announce the end of the portion of the working day spent in producing the equivalent of the worker's wages and the beginning of the production of profits for the employer. Nonetheless, the workers' wages are substantially less than the total value of the product they generate. This is the basis of Marx's theory of exploitation. The degree of exploitation that is realized depends on the struggle between workers and capitalists, in its various forms, over the level of wages, over the pace of production and the length of the working day, and over the changes in technology that determine how much labor time is required to produce a given quantum of wage goods. Soviet socialism, particularly following the introduction of the first five-year plan under Stalin in the late 1920s, introduced a new and non-capitalist mode of extraction of the surplus. This is somewhat obscured by the fact that workers were still paid ruble wages, and that money continued in use as a unit of account in the planned industries. But the social content of these monetary forms changed drastically. Under Soviet planning, the division between the necessary and surplus portions of the social product was the result of political decisions. For the most part, goods and labor were physically allocated to enterprises by the planning authorities, who would always ensure that the enterprises had enough money to pay for the real goods allocated to them. If an enterprise made monetary losses, and therefore had to have its money balances topped up with subsidies, that was no matter. On the other hand, possession of money as such was no guarantee of being able to get a hold of real goods. By the same token, the resources going into production of consumer goods were centrally allocated. Suppose the workers won higher ruble wages. By itself, this would achieve nothing, since the flow of production of consumer goods was not responsive to the monetary amount of consumer spending. Higher wages would simply mean higher prices or shortages in the shops. The rate of production of a surplus was fixed when the planners allocated resources to investment in heavy industry and to the production of consumer goods, respectively. In very general terms, this switch to a planned system, where the division of necessary and surplus product is the result of deliberate social decision, is entirely in line with what Marx had hoped for. Only Marx had imagined this social decision as being radically democratic, so that the production of the surplus would have an intrinsic legitimacy. The people, having made the decision to devote so much of their combined labor to net investment in the support of non-producers, would then willingly implement their own decision. For reasons both external and internal, Soviet society at the time of the introduction of economic planning was far from democratic. How, then, could the workers be induced or compelled to implement the plan, which, although it was supposedly formulated in their interests, was certainly not of their making? We know that the plans were, by and large, implemented. The 1930s saw the development of a heavy industrial base at an unprecedented speed, a base that would be severely tested in the successful resistance to the Nazi invasion. We are also well aware of the characteristic features of the Stalin era, with its peculiar mixture of terror and forced labor on the one hand, and genuine pioneering fervor on the other. Starting from the question of how the extraction of a surplus product was possible in a planned but undemocratic system, the cult of Stalin's personality appears not as a mere aberration, but as an integral feature of the system. Stalin, at once the inspirational leader, making up in determination and grit for what he lacked in eloquence and capable of promoting a sense of participation in a great historic endeavor, and the stern and utterly ruthless liquidator of anyone who failed so to participate, and many others besides. The Stalin cult, with both its populist and its terrible aspects, was central to the Soviet mode of extraction of a surplus product. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. What can be learnt from the failure of Soviet socialism? The crisis of Soviet socialism appears to stem from two sources. On the one hand, there is popular revulsion against the undemocratic and authoritarian practices of old-style Soviet politics. And on the other hand, there is a widespread sense that the basic economic mechanisms in operation since the 1930s have outlived their usefulness, and that to retain these mechanisms would condemn the peoples of the erstwhile USSR to stagnant standards of living and chronic shortages of consumer goods. Compared with the evident continuing vitality of the advanced capitalist economies, such conditions became increasingly intolerable to the people. To some extent, these two issues are linked. As the USSR moved from the era of Stalin to that of Brezhnev, the earlier system of terror and compulsion was mitigated. At the same time, however, the pioneering spirit that had animated broad layers of the Soviet population during the early years of socialist construction, and also during the resistance to fascism, eroded. In other words, both pillars of the Soviet mode of extraction of a surplus product, in a planned yet undemocratic system, were undermined. It should also be noted that Stalin was not averse to using substantial wage differentials as a means of stimulating work effort, while Brezhnev moved towards a more egalitarian policy. Socialists can applaud egalitarianism, of course, but if individualistic monetary incentives are undermined, there is nonetheless a need to promote other kinds of incentives. For instance, those stemming from a sense of democratic participation in a common endeavor. And if good work is not to be rewarded by much higher pay, it still must be rewarded, and be seen to be rewarded, by opportunities for promotion and advancement. Such alternative incentives were almost completely absent in the corrupt and cynical political culture of the Brezhnev period. Apathy became widespread. While an earlier generation had known socialism as a noble ideal, imperfectly realized, or perhaps even gravely distorted in the Soviet Union, but still worth upholding. An entire generation grew up under Brezhnev, for whom the Soviet Union and socialism were simply equated as in the system's own propaganda. If they hated the Soviet system, then they hated socialism. The diagnosis so far leads to somewhat ambiguous conclusions. Our emphasis on the problems facing the USSR as an undemocratic, planned system might seem to suggest that deep-going democratic reforms might have been enough to revitalize Soviet society and the Soviet economy. That is, if undemocratic planning were replaced by democratic planning, then the enthusiasm of the population might be enlisted for the task of economic modernization, still within the broad framework of a planned and non-capitalist system. Of course, this view is now very widely seen as falsified by the brute facts of recent Russian history. Reform did not stop at glasnost, nor even at perestroika, conceived as a restructuring of the socialist economy, but moved on, apparently inexorably, to the destruction of the old planning system in its entirety and the project of transition to a market economy. Various interpretations of this history are possible. One view is the simple anti-socialist one, that centralized planning and state ownership are inherently inferior to the market system, and that given a free choice in the absence of political or ideological coercion, people will automatically choose the market. Democracy inevitably leads to the rejection of the socialist economic mechanism. This book contains a set of arguments designed to show that this conclusion is unwarranted, i.e., that an efficient and productive socialist economic mechanism is both possible and preferable to capitalism, from the standpoint of the interests of the working majority at any rate. But if that is true, how do we explain the rejection of the socialist economy in the USSR and elsewhere? 2 points are particularly relevant. First, as we have already noted, there are now many Soviet citizens for whom socialism is nothing other than the Brezhnev system. This is what they were told ad nauseum, and they had little reason to doubt it. The notion that a very different kind of socialism is possible and desirable depends upon the classic arguments, proposals, and ideals of the founders of socialism, and those whose only acquaintance with these ideas was in the form of turgid official apologetics are unlikely to entertain such a notion. Secondly, there can be little doubt that the economic stagnation that beset the Soviet Union in the latter days of the old economic mechanism was not solely and simply the result of a lack of democratic participation. There were serious technical and economic problems with that mechanism, but we shall argue that such problems are not inherent in socialist planning as such. Our view is, then, that a thorough democratization plus substantial reforms in the planning mechanism might, in principle, have created the opportunity for a revitalized Soviet socialism. Unfortunately, though, the historical experience of the bleak decades of inefficient and dictatorial rule, buttressed ideologically by an ossified official Marxism, seems to have ruled this out as a practical political option for the present. Some of the Soviet people may find the idea attractive, but too many of them are now ready to demand a complete break with the communist past. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. What is the theoretical basis for a new socialism? The principal bases for a post-Soviet socialism must be radical democracy and efficient planning. The democratic element, it is now clear, is not a luxury or something that can be postponed until conditions are especially favorable. Without democracy, as we have argued above, the leaders of a socialist society will be driven to coercion in order to ensure the production of a surplus product. And if coercion slackens, the system will tend to stagnate. At the same time, the development of an efficient planning system will most likely be impossible in the absence of an open competition of ideas. The failure of Soviet communists to come up with viable socialist reform proposals over recent years is testimony to the malign effects of a system in which conformity and obedience were at a premium. Capitalist societies can achieve economic progress under conditions of political dictatorship. For even under such dictatorship, the realm of private economic activity is relatively unregulated, and the normal processes of competition remain operative, while the suppression of the working class organization may permit a higher rate of exploitation. Under socialism, there can be no such separation of the oppressive state from free economy. And if criteria of ideological correctness dominate in the promotion of managers and even in economic theoretical debate, the long-run prospects for growth and efficiency are dim indeed. On the counts of both democratic institutions and efficient planning mechanisms, we have to say that the problems which emerged in the Soviet case reflect certain weaknesses in classical Marxism. Marx, Engels, and Lenin were much stronger in their critiques of capitalism than in their positive theorizing concerning socialist society. As regards democratic institutions, the Bolsheviks initially latched onto the Soviets of workers and soldiers' deputies as the favored form. While this may have been tactically astute, we argue that the Soviet form is inherently inadequate and indeed dangerous, and that we must look elsewhere for the principles of a socialist democratic constitution. As regards planning mechanisms, Marx and Engels had some interesting suggestions, but these were never developed beyond the level of rather vague generalities. The Soviet planners improvised their own system, which worked for certain purposes in its time. But the development of their thinking about socialist economic mechanisms was limited by what they saw as the need to conform to the canons of Marxism, to avoid and indeed denounce any theoretical methods, such as marginal analysis, that appeared tainted by bourgeois connotations. Western Marxists have argued that this tendency was based on a misinterpretation of Marx. Quite likely so, but the fact that Marx did not attempt to spell out the principles of operation of a planned economy at any length made such a misreading impossible. At any rate, socialism will never again have any credibility as an economic system unless we can spell out such principles in reasonable detail. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Synopsis of the book. In the remainder of this introduction, we offer a synopsis of the main arguments to come, in the light of the problems and issues identified above. Chapters 1 and 2 tackle issues connected with inequality and inequity. The first gives an overview of the bases of inequality in capitalist society, bases which, as we have suggested above, social democratic amelioration is unable to eradicate. The second shows how a consistent socialist system of payment could substantially eliminate inequality. The payment system outlined in Chapter 2 depends on the idea that the total labor content of each product or service can be calculated. Chapter 3 justifies this claim, while developing the argument that economic calculation in terms of labor time is rational and technically progressive. Chapters 4 to 9 then develop various aspects of an efficient system of economic planning, a system capable of ensuring that economic development is governed by the democratically constructed needs of the people. Chapter 4 establishes some basic concepts and priorities, and distinguishes a number of different levels of planning, namely, strategic planning, detailed planning, and macroeconomic planning, which are then examined in detail in chapters 5, 6, and 7, respectively. Chapter 8 outlines a specific mechanism for ensuring that the detailed pattern of production remains in line with consumers' preferences, while avoiding excessive queues and shortages. Chapter 9 examines the information requirements for the type of planning system we envisage, and makes a link between the issue of accurate information and the incentives and sanctions faced by individuals. In the course of these chapters, we draw a number of contrasts between the sort of system we are proposing and the system commonly regarded as having failed in the Soviet Union. While chapters 4 to 9 deal with the planning of a single economy in isolation, chapters 10 and 11 extend the argument to consider issues arising from trade with other economies, an important practical concern in a world of increasing interdependence. Chapters 12 to 14 move beyond the economic to further social and political questions. Chapter 12 makes a connection between the socialist objectives and the concerns brought to light by feminists. It investigates the possibilities for domestic communes as an alternative to the nuclear family household, and shows how such communes could function within the broad structure of a planned economy. Chapter 13 considers the political sphere and proposes a radical form of democratic constitution capable of giving ordinary people real control over their lives. As mentioned earlier, we are critical of the Soviet model of democracy. We are equally critical of parliamentary systems, and our own proposals stem from a re-examination of the mechanisms of classical, Athenian, democracy in the modern context. Chapter 14 examines the question of property relations and elaborates the specific forms of property required as a basis for the preceding economic and social forms. In a final chapter, we tackle some contrary arguments put forward by skeptical socialists in recent years. In this context, we reply to arguments in favor of market socialism, as an alternative to the sort of planning we advocate. The overall theme, which animates the book, though, through all its various detailed arguments, will, we hope, be clear. That is, we take as our ultimate aim the greatest possible fulfillment of the potential of each human being, as individual and as a member of society. This fulfillment requires dignity, security, and substantive equality, though not, of course, uniformity, as well as productive efficiency. It also requires that humans find sustainable ways of living in balance with the overall environment of the planet. We argue that these aims can best be met through a cooperative, planned form of social economy under a radically democratic political constitution, a post-Soviet socialism. Footnote 1. In this book, we develop our own proposals for socialist planning from first principles, without making a great deal of reference to the existing literature. For a detailed discussion and critique of the historic socialist calculation debate, see Cottreell and Cockshot, 1993a, and for a more detailed examination of the theory and practices of Soviet-type economic planning, see Cottreell and Cockshot, 1993b. Towards a New Socialism. Chapter 1. Inequality. One of the main aims of socialism is to overcome the gross inequalities of income, rights, and opportunities that are associated with capitalism. Socialism makes its primary appeal to those who suffer most from the inequalities of capitalism. Conversely, those who benefit, or believe that they benefit from inequality and privilege, have in the main opposed socialism. The wealthy are easily convinced that attempts to achieve social equality are futile, where they are not misguided. But their poorer fellow citizens may need some persuasion. To this end, it is argued that inequality is both functional and inevitable. Unequal incomes are necessary in order to provide the incentives to make people work hard and efficiently. Whatever their initial intentions, even socialist countries will find that they have to introduce inequality to make the economy work. It is interesting how the advocates of social inequality think that the wealthy respond to quite different incentives from the poor. If the rich are to be persuaded to work, they require the stimulus of still greater wealth, hence the paramount importance of reducing taxes on high incomes. When dealing with the poor, in contrast, it is held that there is nothing like the prospect of still greater poverty as a work incentive, hence the paramount importance of strictly limiting the benefits to which they are entitled. We strongly disagree with both of these contentions. We want to show that although a modicum of economic inequality may be inevitable, this amount is tiny compared to what exists today. We think that it is possible to run a society that is efficient, humane, and basically equal. In this chapter, we outline the first principles of a sustainable economic mechanism that would produce such a society. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Sources of Inequality. Those who suffer under the present dispensation do not need to be told how bad things are. They know this already. The important questions are, what are the causes of the present contrast between poverty and wealth, and what can be done about it? Of these, logically, the most important question is the first. What really causes inequality in the present society? The most important causes are 1. Exploitation of those who work. 2. Inheritance of wealth by a minority. 3. Unemployment. 4. Infirmity and old age. 5. The economic subordination of women. 6. Differences in skills and ability. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Exploitation. In everyday speech, we talk of exploitation wherever the strong take advantage of the weak. Economic exploitation involves people not being adequately paid for the work they do. It might be a wife forced to skivvy without pay for her husband, or an employee working to enrich his employer. In an exploitive relationship, the person who is being exploited does not get back out of it what he or she puts in. The idea tends to be rather vague and imprecise in personal relationships, but in the cash relationship between employer and worker, it takes on a precise meaning. A worker is exploited if the wages she gets are worth less than the product of the work that she does. The idea is very simple. We can best show it by first imagining a situation where exploitation does not exist. Suppose a worker is employed for 40 hours a week. If he is not to be exploited, then the wages he gets for that work should allow him to buy goods and services that took 40 hours of work to produce. Although goods do not come with their labor content stamped on them, like the calorific content on cereal packets, it is, in principle, possible to calculate labor content. It is clear that in this case, there would be no exploitation. A week's work as a cook or a bus driver would just be exchanged for the same amount of work by those who supply the employee with her wants and necessities: farmers, cloth workers, bakers, actors, etc. In practice, this does not happen in a capitalist society. Although the labor contract between employer and employee is formally a voluntary agreement, its terms are effectively dictated by the employer. Someone who has been unemployed for a while, or who fears unemployment, will be glad of any job and won't be too particular about the conditions. The employer does not face the same constraints. There are usually many applicants for each job, so that if one person tries to negotiate his rate of wages, there will be someone else who will undercut him. In those rare circumstances in which there is a severe shortage of labor, and wages rise to non-exploitative levels, then the employers have the option of leaving their capital in the bank to earn interest. They would rather do this than hire labor at wage levels which would threaten their profits. Finally, they can think of moving their business abroad to a third world country with much lower wage levels. All of these factors conspire to force employees to sell themselves at exploitively low wage rates. Just how low can be seen by looking at the breakdown of the British national income shown in Table 1.1. For each sector of the economy, we imagine how the value added through labor is distributed between wages and profits. By value added, we mean the difference between the total sales of a company and the costs of its non-labor inputs to the production process, i.e., fuel, raw materials, depreciation on the machinery, etc. These figures are derived from the 1983 National Income and Expenditure Blue Book, published by the Central Statistical Office. The two columns show total wages and profits for various sectors of the economy. The total value added is the sum of wages and profits. We can see that the share of value added that goes towards wages varies substantially from one sector to another. In 1982, the share of value added going to workers in the energy industry was only 27%. That is the equivalent to energy workers working 16 minutes in every hour for themselves and 44 minutes per hour for their employer's profit. In other industries, the rate of exploitation is lower. In manufacturing, for example, about 75% of value added goes towards wages. To arrive at an estimate of the average level of exploitation of employees for the economy as a whole, we start by adding up wages and profits for various capitalist sectors of the economy. If we look at the total of wages and of property income, we find that only about 60% of all value added went to the workers who created it. On closer examination, it turns out that this is an overestimate of the amount that workers are paid. The point is that the banks and financial institutions cannot be treated as producers of wealth in the same sense as manufacturing or catering. The financial sector derives its income from two sources: service charges levied on the holders of current accounts and interest receipts from loans. The former is termed trading income, the latter non-trading income. The financial sector provides services like clearing checks and providing accounts. The value of these services is measured by their service charges. The service charges less the related wage bill appears as gross trading profit in the official statistics. These trading profits must be distinguished from the total profits earned by the banks, which will be boosted by non-trading income in the form of interest. The gross trading profits of the financial sector are consistently negative, indicating that the running costs of the bank are only partly met by their trading income. This means that only some of the labor employed by the bank goes towards the provision of marketed services. The remaining labor is an additional cost that the banks incur in managing loans and collecting interest. This cost has to be met by the wealth-producing sector of the population via payments of interest. When we calculate the total national wage bill for the capitalist sector, we should only include the wages of those bank employees who produce marketed services. Other bank wages should be treated as part of surplus value. These adjustments are made in the lower part of Table 1.1. The adjusted result gives a somewhat higher estimate for the rate of exploitation. From this result, we can work out how much of the income actually does go back to wealth-producing employees. This is shown in the adjusted figures for wages and property income. Using these, we find that workers in the capitalist sectors of the economy only get back 53% of the value added by their labor. Table 1.1, Calculating the Rate of Exploitation, 1982. You can view this chart by Googling "Towards a New Socialism." In effect, they work 32 minutes in every hour for themselves and 28 minutes to support various exploiting or unproductive groups in society. The exploitation of employees is associated with gross inequalities in income and wealth. The proceeds of exploitation are devoted to two main purposes. They are either distributed as dividends or interest payments, or they are used to finance capital accumulation on the part of the company. In either case, the beneficiaries of this are the owners of shares, bonds, and other financial assets. If profits are devoted to dividends, they benefit directly. If they are directed into capital accumulation, shareholders benefit indirectly through the appreciation of share values. Shares are very unevenly distributed among the population. The 1975 Royal Commission on the Distribution of Income and Wealth reported that the bottom 80% of the population owned less than 4% of shares. Even now, in a country with a highly developed stock market like Britain, the majority of working class people own no shares at all. Those workers who do own them will often only have a few £100 worth, so that income from shares makes up an insignificant part of their total earnings. The amount that they earn from shares will be less than they have to pay as interest on personal debts and mortgages. Quite aside from their exploitation by their employers, they will suffer from a net exploitation by the financial institutions. The uneven distribution of income is self-perpetuating. A very small proportion of the population own the majority of shares. The Royal Commission reported that some 330,000 people owned 55% of all shares and 58% of all land. This section of the population is able to live off property income. Such people may also choose to work and obtain additional income from directors' fees, etc. In any case, they have enough income to reinvest a large part of it in additional shares or other financial assets. Because they can afford to save a much larger fraction of their income than the average employee, this class will continue, from one generation to the next, to hold the greater part of the nation's financial capital. This small minority is the financial beneficiary of the systematic underpayment of the working population. So long as the present market system continues, this is bound to be the major source of economic inequality. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section: Unemployment. A secondary but still important source of economic inequality is unemployment. People with a job can easily forget, or fail to realize, just how low one's income falls if one is unemployed. Dozens of ordinary minor expenditures that the employed think nothing of, buying a cup of coffee, using public transport, visiting the cinema, all suddenly seem outrageously expensive. Those unemployed for a long period who exhaust their limited savings, or who have never had the opportunity of paid employment, are dependent upon state benefits nicely calculated to suffice for bare survival. In some capitalist countries, and to an increasing extent in Britain, even this is unavailable to whole sections of unemployed people. These groups are driven into an underworld of crime, prostitution, or dependence upon charity. The difference between the conditions of the employed and the unemployed attracts a great deal of political attention. Politicians talk of the emergence of a new underclass of long-term unemployed. Princes worry in coded terms about the inner cities. Nonetheless, unemployment is a secondary source of inequality. For one thing, it only affects a minority of the labor force. Unemployment fluctuates, but it is usually less than 1 in 7 of the fit adult population. More importantly, unemployment works to maintain the exploitation of those in employment. Unemployment acts to create a buyer's market for labor. For every job, there will be several applicants. Exploitative wage rates will not be questioned by those who have no alternative. Unions will hesitate to strike for higher pay if they know that the employer can readily hire strikebreakers from among the unemployed. Whole workforces can be dismissed and alternative labor hired at lower rates. Unemployment is the regulator of exploitation and is maintained as such by government policy. The economic policies that will bring about full employment are well known. In Britain, they were followed for some 2 decades after the Second World War, and kept unemployment down to about 1 in 30 or 1 in 40 of the labor force. They could be applied now. The economic levers for creating full employment remain the same. The reason why they are not applied is because of what happened during those 20 years. Those were the days when a conservative prime minister, Harold Macmillan, could honestly say to the working classes that they had never had it so good. Full employment meant an unprecedented period of continuously rising real wages. Following a half-century of stagnation, real take-home pay almost doubled. But over the same period, the share of company output that went towards profits halved from 23.4% in 1950 to 12.1% in 1970. In other words, employees used the labor shortage to reduce their exploitation. Attempts by companies to maintain their profit share by increasing prices led to inflation. Since the mid-1970s, it has been accepted by politicians of both leading political parties that full employment policies are impractical, and if resumed, would once again trigger off inflation. An economy based upon the systematic exploitation of employees required the creation of a surplus in the labor market, and that required unemployment. There is no logical reason why unemployment should entail poverty and deprivation. If there was no work available, then a civilized society might pay those temporarily idle, but willing to work, a decent income. If somebody is idle through no fault of his own, why should he suffer a drop in income? If, as many people mistakenly believe, the source of unemployment is technological change, the advance of the robot and the computer, there would be no bar to such a rational and humane policy. But unemployment is due to a change in public policy. Once governments accepted unemployment as a permanent necessity for regulating the labor market, they then set about degrading the unemployed. From year to year, the real level of benefit paid to the unemployed is eroded, while the conditions that must be met to obtain it become more and more stringent. Vulnerable groups like teenagers have their rights to benefits withdrawn. Grants for clothing and furniture are replaced by loans. The unemployed are made liable for the poll tax, etc. By reducing the unemployed to absolute indigence, the government depresses the lower end of the wage scale. When youngsters are compelled to work for what are generously called training schemes at £25 per week, is it any wonder that starting rates for adults are as low as $1.70 per hour? These rates, moreover, are paid for what is often part-time work of 1 or 2 dozen hours per week. The poverty of the unemployed is a gateway to poverty for the employed. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Infirmity and Old Age. A person need not be poor just because he is old, disabled, or otherwise unable to work. Upper-class retired people with substantial property live a prosperous life. It is only those who lack property and are dependent upon selling their labor who are thrown into hardship by injury or old age. Because this is the condition of most of the population, The majority of the old and the disabled live in relatively straitened circumstances, dependent upon a niggardly state pension. The low level of these pensions is the result of political decisions. It is the official policy to encourage people to rely upon private pension and insurance schemes, and people will be less willing to take these out if they feel they can rely upon an adequate statutory pension. This creates pressure to hold down the level of the state pension. The politicians who take these decisions know that they personally will have more substantial reserves to fall back upon when they retire. This fact cannot fail to have an influence upon them. But they are not just acting from pure self-interest. When they encourage the use of private pensions, they are going along with the logic of capitalist private property. Private pension schemes prolong the income differentials established during working life into retirement. They thus add security and stability to the basic class structure. Over and above this, they give the middle classes an incentive to save. Through saving, they take a stake in the capitalist financial system, and with that, a political interest in its perpetuation. It would be different if there were no private pensions and if decisions on state pension levels were taken by people who expected to have to rely upon these pensions themselves. Then it would be reasonable to expect the basic state pensions to be higher in relation to average earnings than it is now. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Women's Economic Subordination. The nations of Western Europe have a social system that is made up of several different forms of economy. Socialists have traditionally been most aware of the capitalist and state capitalist sectors. When people talk of the mixed economy, it is the mixture between these two components that they mean, the mixture between private industry and nationalized industry. In addition to this, and sometimes confused with it, the distinction between the genuinely socialist elements of the economy, like the National Health Service and parts of the education system, and both the private and state capitalist sectors. These are seen as the most important component of the mixed economy. What is overlooked in this view of things is the very large part still played in our social system by domestic economy. We believe that just as the capitalist economy is responsible for one set of economic inequalities, those between rich and poor, so the domestic economy is ultimately responsible for another set of inequalities, those between women and men. The domestic economy is marked by the unpaid performance of labor services in the family. The majority of those who directly produce these services are married women. The non-producers who get the benefits of these labor services are children and husbands. It is another feature of the domestic economy that neither the results of work nor the work itself is paid for. If a wife cooks a meal for her family, she is not paid for the time she spends working, nor is the meal itself sold. If the family members go out to a restaurant, they may have a meal that is identical in nutritional terms, but its social character will be quite different. The meal is bought as a commodity, and it is produced by waged employees of the restaurant. Because the domestic economy is essentially non-monetary, its contribution to the national product is not included in official statistics. If we measured its contribution in terms of the effort that is put in, however, the sheer numbers of housewives and others involved, and the length of hours that they work could make it the biggest sector of the economy. The domestic economy has undergone a long decline in relative importance during the capitalist epoch. When classical writers spoke of the economy or oikonomia, they were speaking of household management, of the organization of domestic production. See Tribe, 1978. Such a large proportion of economic activity took place within the household that money-making was viewed by Aristotle as an unnatural activity. It seemed by nature to be opposed to the normal productive activities that occur within the household. When bourgeois economic thought was formalized by Adam Smith, a complete inversion took place. Now, production for the market was seen as the characteristic form of economic activity. This view of economic activity as being primarily market-oriented reflects the fact that the capitalist system really is superior to the domestic economy. During periods of rapid growth, the capitalist economy expands at the expense of the domestic sector. Historically, the most important stage of this process is the replacement of domestic food production by capitalist agriculture. In Britain, this process was complete by the early years of the 19th century, but in other parts of Europe, the process continued well into the last quarter of the 20th. Ironically, socialist revolutions have generally occurred in countries like China, where the domestic economy was still dominant in the production of food. In an advanced capitalist country, the scope of the domestic economy has become much more restricted. It is confined to the fields of 1. The final steps in food preparation, 2. Care of preschool infants, 3. Part of the care of school-age children, 4. Part of the cleaning and maintenance of domestic premises, and 5. Part of the care of the elderly and infirm. Over the period of capitalist development, one can see that several areas of production have been almost completely lost by the domestic economy. 1. Cultivation of crops. 2. Care of domestic animals. 3. Milling. 4. Slaughtering. 5. Food preservation. 6. Spinning and weaving. 7. House construction. These activities have all been transferred to the capitalist sector. The process continues. Examples are the increase in restaurants and the sale of prepared or quick-to-prepare meals. These reduce the amount of food production carried out by the domestic sector. The purchase of boarding school services by bourgeois and upper middle class families is another example. These transfers between sectors have happened mainly because the market sector is more efficient. In some cases, it is true, coercion was used to annex land and eliminate domestic farming, enclosures in England, the clearances in Scotland. But even in those countries where coercion has not been used, domestic agriculture has declined. Capitalism brings about technical advances in all the activities it organizes. Competition between producers encourages the adoption of the most efficient techniques, and the productivity of labor goes up. The areas that were once part of domestic production now have much less work expended on them. The labor freed from them is now available to run the whole gamut of new industries and branches of production that have grown up in the modern era. Although much labor is still expended in domestic production, it produces relatively little in physical terms. In contrast to this, the physical productivity of the market economy is continually growing. More and more goods become available from the capitalist sector, whilst the productivity of the domestic sector remains relatively stagnant. It is not entirely stagnant. Improvements in domestic means of production has been considerable. The replacement of wood or dung fires by gas or electric stoves, the replacement of wells by plumbed water, and of washing tubs by washing machines, means that significantly less labor now needs to be expended to carry out the same tasks. But these improvements have been external to the domestic economy. They result from the importation of capitalist technology. On its own, the domestic economy has never shown much ability to innovate. The domestic economy has lost out to socialism as well. In industrialized countries, it is standard for the state to provide free, compulsory education for children. This affects the domestic economy in two ways. To an extent, it reduces the work of the mother, who is no longer responsible for the children all day. On the other hand, it removes a potential labor force from the domestic sector, since children are held in school well beyond the age at which they would have been expected to start productive work in earlier economic systems. One of the tragic effects of the reversion to domestic agriculture in China has been the tendency of peasant families to withdraw their children from schools. They are more use as farmhands. A domesticated workforce is all too often an illiterate one. More recently, the state has undertaken part of the task of looking after the elderly. Unlike encroachments by the capitalist sector, which occur spontaneously, the replacement of domestic labor by free public services requires direct political decisions. Areas of current conflict between the socialist and domestic modes of production include the feeding of children, free school meals, and the care of infants, nursery provision. There is considerable further scope for the extension of the semi-socialist sector at the expense of the domestic sector in the areas of food production, cleaning, and childcare. As stated above, in the domestic system, married women typically perform unpaid work for their husbands and children. This particular form of exploitation is highly mystified. Cloaked as it is in the ideologies of sexual and maternal love, people tend to overlook it. Because of its very private nature, the class contradictions between exploiter and exploited tend to appear in the form of personal antagonisms. The economic class struggle is manifest in arguments, moral pressures, wife-beating, desertions, and divorces. Economic class struggles, even those between employers and employees, appear to the participants as basically private disputes. What makes a collection of private disputes a class conflict is when it involves a class of individuals who share common attributes and are opposed by another class of individuals. It is because conflicts of interests between husband and wife or between employer and employee do not just occur once or twice in isolated instances, but occur in parallel millions of times over, that they must be recognized as conflicts between classes of people. It becomes clear to the participants in these disputes that these are class issues when the disputes are politicized. That is to say, one side or the other demands that state action be taken to redress grievances. This is especially true of domestic class contradictions, since it is only in the political arena that women can cooperate with each other in large numbers to fight against their exploitation. In this case, as in others, it is in the interests of the exploiters to keep the contradiction privatized and personalized. All political class struggle requires both a class-conscious leadership and a program of demands around which the class can be united. So far, perhaps the most important issue in women's political struggles has been the struggle over abortion rights. So long as the domestic mode of production persists, control over fertility is essential to women who wish to control their own labor time. The struggle of women as a class against domestic exploitation can take on a revolutionary character only if its objective becomes the replacement of the domestic economy by more advanced forms of production relations. Unless there is persistent propaganda for alternative ways for people to live together, prepare food, care for children, and provide each other with emotional support, it will not be possible to raise the contradiction between men and women out of personal politics up to the level of political class struggle. In this sense, we can view the contradiction between men and women as still being a suppressed or latent contradiction in British politics. We believe that women's struggles can best be given a revolutionary content by putting forward a concrete image of a communal way of life that can supplant the present-day patriarchal family. That task will be taken up in Chapter 12. Towards a New Socialism. Summary. In this chapter, we have drawn attention both to the degree of inequality generated by a market economy and to some of its causes. We have examined the economic roots of inequality in the exploitation of labor. Opposition to this, the attempt to eliminate it, lies at the moral heart of any socialist political economy. In the chapters that follow, we shall show that by consistently upholding the principle that human work is alone the source of value, it is possible to construct an economic system that is both just and efficient. Footnote 1. It would not be quite correct to say that inequality is caused by exploitation. The two conditions are mutually reinforcing. Underlying inequality in the ownership of productive assets forces the majority of non-owners to submit to exploitation by selling their labor to the owners, which in turn gives rise to the wide disparity of incomes. Footnote 2. This is quite apart from the fact that direct ownership of real industrial capital is now chiefly exercised by impersonal enterprises rather than individual capitalists. On this point, see Cottreell, 1984. 3. Historical Abstract of Labor Statistics, 1886 to 1968. Department of Employment and Productivity, 1971. End of section. Towards a New Socialism by Cockshot and Cottreell. Chapter 2. Eliminating Inequalities. Our object in this book is to describe a set of principles and economic mechanisms which will, among other benefits, prevent the types of inequalities described in the last chapter. We believe that the inequalities caused by the capitalistic exploitation of employees and by unemployment can be effectively eliminated. We believe that the elimination of these inequalities among the economically active population would create political conditions favorable to ending much of the economic privations experienced by older people. We think that the progressive development of new forms of communal family can go a long way towards eliminating sexual inequalities. Finally, we think that although there may be some residual economic inequalities associated with differences in skill or training, these can be reduced to a fraction of what they are now. The relevant economic principles are not new. They date back to the first part of the 19th century, to the early days of socialism. In a certain sense, their ancestry can be traced back further, to the classical economists of early capitalism, Adam Smith and David Ricardo. The basic idea is that a just society can only be established on the principle that those who work are entitled to the full proceeds of their labor. This was, for a long time, the most distinctive and popular of socialist principles. It sought a remedy for the exploitation of the workers by according them the right to get back out of each day's work, in terms of wages, as much as they had put in during the day, in terms of time and effort. Along with this went a second principle: only work is a legitimate source of income. This excluded all sources of income such as rent, dividends, or interest, which derive from the ownership of property rather than the personal efforts of their recipients. The exclusion of unearned incomes is obviously a necessary consequence of the first principle, since in a society where the producers were entitled to the full proceeds of their labor, there would be nothing left over to supply unearned incomes. These are rather old, some would say obsolete, socialist principles. Mere age does not invalidate an economic doctrine. A new right that revels in the rediscovery of the 18th century economics of Adam Smith is ill-placed to throw the charge of archaism at the revival of a socialist doctrine that grew up as the 19th century riposte to the consequences of Smith's laissez-faire capitalism. The great merit of these original principles is that they provide a coherent foundation for an entire system, not just of economic organization, but also a whole new legal, moral, and social order. They imply a monetary system based upon time, rather than upon arbitrary and meaningless currency units like pounds, dollars, or ecu. People would be credited with hours worked rather than money at the end of the week. Payments for goods and services would also be in terms of time. You would pay for a garment that took 2 hours to produce with 2 hours of your own time. An economy based upon time prices would have built into it the democratic presumption of human equality. Marx outlined the sort of system we have in mind as follows. Quote, accordingly, the individual producer gets back from society, after the deductions, exactly what he has given it. What he has given it is his individual quantum of labor. For instance, the social working day consists of the sum of the individual hours of work. The individual labor time of the individual producer thus constitutes his contribution to the social working day, his share of it. Society gives him a certificate stating that he has done such and such an amount of work, after the labor done for the communal fund has been deducted. And with this certificate he can withdraw from the social supply of means of consumption as much as costs an equivalent amount of labor. The same amount of labor he has given to society in one form, he receives back in another. End of quote by Marx. Note that these certificates of labor performed are quite distinct from money. They can only be obtained by labor and can only be exchanged against consumer goods. In another passage, Marx argues that Robert Owen's so-called labor money was not money at all. Quote, "On this point I will only say that Owen's labor money, for instance, is no more money than a theater ticket is. Owen presupposes directly socialized labor, a form of production diametrically opposed to the production of commodities. The certificate of labor is merely evidence of the part taken by the individual in the common labor, and of his claim to a certain portion of the common product which has been set aside for consumption. But Owen never made the mistake of presupposing the production of commodities, while, at the same time, by juggling with money, trying to circumvent the necessary conditions of that form of production." End quote. When Marx says that labor certificates are no more money than a theater ticket, we can draw certain implications. 1. The certificates do not circulate. They can only be directly exchanged against consumer goods. 2. Like many tickets, they would be non-transferable. Only the person who had performed the labor could use them. 3. They would be canceled after a single use, just as a theater ticket is destroyed on the entry to the theater. When individuals withdrew goods from a shop, their vouchers would be canceled. The shop, as a communal organization, has no need to buy in goods. It has just allocated them, so its only interest in the labor vouchers is for record-keeping purposes. 4. They would not serve as a store of value. They could have a use-by date on them. Unless individuals redeemed their share of this year's output by the end of the year, it would be assumed that they did not want it. If labor tokens are not spent, then the goods that embodied the labor would not be used. Many goods are perishable, and they would have to be disposed of somehow. End of list. Nowadays, one need not think in terms of paper certificates of work done. Instead, we can envisage the use of some form of labor credit card, which keeps track of just how much work you have done. Deductions from your social labor credit account could be made by filling in a slip or using a direct debit terminal. We are presented by Marx with a model, a skeletal one but a clear one, of a socialist society in which there are no commodities, i.e., goods produced specifically for exchange on a market. People are paid in labor credits for work done. Deductions are made for communal needs. Goods are distributed on the basis of their labor content, with corresponding deductions from people's credit accounts. Production is organized on a directly social basis, with intermediate products never assuming the form of commodities. Since the socialist principle of payment in terms of labor time was first advanced, other serious objections to it have been raised. The first is that human beings are not equal, so that it is neither just nor economically efficient to pay them equally. We will examine this argument in detail below. It has also been argued that although calculation in terms of labor time may be fine on Robinson Crusoe's island, it would never be practical in a real economy because of the sheer complexity of the problem. We will argue that modern computer technology would have little difficulty in keeping track of how much work had gone into making things. This issue is examined in Chapter 3. Another objection to the use of labor prices, one advanced by Karl Marx in his Critique of Proudhon, was that labor money was incompatible with the operation of the market. This argument says that attempts to fix the prices of goods in terms of their labor costs of production would fail when confronted with fluctuations in supply and demand. We will examine this argument in Chapter 8. First of all, however, we examine what the benefits of a socialist system of payment would be in practical terms. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Benefits of Income Redistribution. How much better off would the average person be under the socialist system of payment? How much would one's labor hour produce? We estimate that in Britain in 1987, an hour's labor produced goods worth about 7.5 pounds. This means that payment in terms of labor money would be equivalent to an hourly rate of 7.5 pounds per hour in 1987 money. This means that we are talking of the equivalent of about 300 pounds for a 40-hour week. This is, of course, before tax. Table 2.1 shows how this is worked out. The data comes from the 1988 edition of the UK National Accounts. We start off with the gross national product of the country. We subtract from this the figure for capital consumption. Capital consumption is the rate at which the nation's capital stock is wearing down or decaying. Prudence requires that a corresponding part of the gross national product be set aside to replace the decaying capital stock. In recent years, this has not always been done, and elements of the country's infrastructure, such as the transport system, sewage, and housing stock, have been allowed to deteriorate. A policy of skimping on capital replacement is cheap in the short run, but costs dear in the end. The needs of the future should be treated more seriously. So in our calculation, capital consumption is deducted to arrive at the net national product. This is what was available in 1987 to meet the needs of society during that year. Table 2.1. Value created by an hour's labor in 1987. You can find this table on the website. We then divide this by the number of employees to obtain the national product per employee, about 14.5 thousand pounds. This is the average amount of value that each employee produced in 1987. If we divide this by the average yearly number of hours worked, we come up with the result that an hour's labor creates a value of about 7.5 pounds. For a 40-hour week, this would give an income of 300 pounds before tax. We are not claiming that everybody would be free to spend all of this each week. In a socialist economy, the level of personal taxation to support education, health services, public investment, scientific research, and so on might be higher than at present. As against this, less tax would have to be needed to fund Social Security in a fully employed socialist economy. But an allocation of national income through the taxation system is fundamentally different from exploitation because the tax system can be subject to democratic control. In a democracy, the citizens can influence the level of taxation, so that taxes would represent resources which people have consented to allocate to public purposes. In contrast to this, the distribution of income brought about by the market economy is not, and can never be, the result of democratic decisions. Whether an egalitarian pre-tax income of 300 pounds per week seems a large or a modest sum is a matter of perspective. If you think it modest, then you are either misled by the scale of inflation since 1987, or you have no idea how poorly paid most people are. The New Earnings Survey shows that the median weekly income for women workers in 1987 was £145. The median income is the midpoint in the income distribution. Half of the women workers earned less than £145 per annum, and half earned more. Figure 2.1 shows a more detailed breakdown of earnings. It can be seen that more than 75% of women manual workers earned less than £145 per week. Even among non-manual workers, only 25% earned more than £213 per week. Contrasting this chart with the egalitarian pay scale of £300 per week, it appears that half of the female workforce would see their incomes more than doubled by payment on socialist lines. A further quarter would see their incomes rise by about 50%. Even among the top quarter of female employees, the majority would probably see substantial increases in pay. It is clear that women would benefit immensely from the socialist principle of payment according to labor time. Does the same hold true for men? Figure 2.1 also shows that, although men are generally paid about a third more than women, the great majority of men would also benefit from the socialist principle of payment according to labor. The only category earning above the £300 level was the top quartile of male white-collar workers. What this shows is that the great majority of employees are exploited. The gains that they would make if they were no longer exploited would more than offset any erosion of differentials that they might suffer under an egalitarian pay scheme. The very substantial increase that almost all employees would experience is possible because property income is abolished under a socialist system of payment. Socialism involves employees as a group benefiting at the expense of shareholders and other property owners. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Equality more effective than growth. This is an important point to grasp, since it is often alleged that there is very little to be gained from a socialist redistribution of income. Proponents of capitalism argue that the real living standards of those on low pay are better raised by allowing the whole economy to grow. As it grows, those at the bottom of the social heap will benefit from wealth that, quote, trickles down from the top. The falsity of this argument can be seen by looking at the figures. The long-term rate of growth of the UK economy is 2.5% per annum. How many years would it take a woman earning the median wage to get up to £300 per week at this growth rate? The answer is 30 years. Check it on your calculator. Socialist redistribution could achieve directly what would otherwise take the better part of a working lifetime. With socialism, the employee can have her cake and eat it too. She gets a once-and-for-all rise in income through redistribution. But economic growth does not stop, so she will continue to enjoy rising earnings year by year. Advocates of capitalism counter that inequality is essential to economic growth since it provides incentives. They point to the mid-1980s as evidence. As a result of policies designed to increase inequality, the British government claims to have fostered a sustained economic growth rate of 3%. This was not sustained for any great period, but was slightly above what the British economy had achieved in the recent past. Let us allow that this extra 0.5% per year represents the fruits of inequality rather than of North Sea oil. How long would it take for this 0.5% per annum to give the same benefit as redistribution of income? It would take 150 years. That is 6 generations of women. And this is disregarding the fact that increases in inequality mean that working women are likely to experience a lower growth in incomes than those on higher incomes. It is questionable whether working women on median incomes have got any of that extra 0.5%. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Inequalities of labor. Up to this point, we have been assuming that labor is essentially homogeneous. We have said that socialism was originally based upon the democratic presumption that human beings were equal, and that their labor should thus be treated alike. We implicitly assume that each hour of labor produces the same amount of value, and all workers should on this account be paid at an equal rate of, let us say, 1 labor token per hour. While we might argue on philosophical grounds that all people were equal, we cannot deny that there are real differences in people's ability to work. Let us explore the consequences of this inequality of labor. We want to see what the implications are for social inequality. Must inequality in skills or training lead to class differences? We don't think so. Workers differ in at least 2 ways, with respect to the degree and form of their education or training, and with respect to personal qualities, such as their willingness to work hard, their ability to cooperate well with colleagues, and so on. These 2 kinds of distinctions give rise to 2 issues. The first issue is whether people with greater skills or ability need to be paid more than those with less. The second issue is whether, for all its philosophy of human equality, any socialist economy is going to be forced to recognize distinct types of labor for planning, allocation purposes. We shall deal with these issues in turn. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Differential payment for education/skill. We first examine the relationship between skill or education level and individual payment for work. In capitalist economies, relatively skilled or educated workers are generally better paid. What are the reasons for this? To what extent do these reasons also apply in a socialist economy? One generally accepted explanation for at least part of this salary premium is that it functions as compensation for the expense of education or training and for earnings foregone. The extent to which workers in capitalist economies are responsible for the financing of their own education or training is variable. But in all cases, there is an element of earnings foregone, in that people could earn more, at first, by going straight into employment after the completion of basic education than they received during the years of additional education. In order to generate a sufficient supply of educated labor, therefore, the more highly educated workers must be paid a premium once they move into employment. So the argument goes. How realistic is this? Is it really a sacrifice to be a student compared, for instance, to leaving school and working on a building site? Compared to many working class youngsters, students have an easy time. The work is clean, it is not too demanding. There are good social facilities and a rich cultural life. Is this an experience that demands financial compensation in later life? even if the compensation argument is an accurate reflection of reality in capitalist countries. This does not mean that professional workers should obtain the same sort of differentials in a socialist system. The costs of education and training, then, would be borne fully by the state. Not only would the education itself be free, as it has been in Britain, but in addition, students could receive a regular wage during their period of study. Study is a valid and socially necessary form of work. It produces skilled labor as its output, and should be rewarded accordingly. So there need be no individual expense or earnings loss on the part of a student, for which compensation is required. In present-day society, the class system prevents a large part of the population from ever reaching their full potential. Children grow up in working-class neighborhoods without ever realizing the opportunities that education presents. Their career aspirations are stunted from infancy. Many assume, with some realism, that all that is open to them is menial work, and who needs an education for that? Some of this is just a reflection of the jobs that children see open to their parents, and these jobs would not themselves change if a revolution in society instituted equal pay. Equal pay would not raise the educational and cultural level of a people overnight. But the democratic presumption behind it would, over time, work in this direction. Equal pay is a moral statement. It says that one person is worth as much as any other. It says, "Citizens, you are all equal in the eyes of society. You may do different things, but you are no longer divided into upper and lower classes." Talk of equality of educational opportunity is hollow, so long as hard economic reality reminds you that society considers you inferior. Beyond what it buys, pay is a symbol of social status, and a leveling of pay will produce a revolution in self-esteem. Increased comfort and security for the mass of working-class people would be accompanied by a rise in their expectations for themselves and their children. If society values people equally in terms of money, it encourages them to aspire to equality in terms of education and culture. Education is an enrichment that goes beyond money, but "to him that hath shall be given." At present, educational opportunity runs alongside money. Once working-class people win economic equality, they will have the confidence to seek cultural and educational equality for themselves and their children. In the process, a huge economic potential will be liberated. Human creativity and ingenuity is our ultimate resource. Develop that through education, and economic progress follows. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Specific labor shortages. Under capitalist conditions, aside from the general tendency for higher pay for greater education, there may arise from time to time shortages of specific types of labor power, not necessarily the most highly educated, causing a temporary rise in the market price of such labor. The resulting premium payment is in the nature of a scarcity rent. We use the term rent by analogy with rents that are charged for land. The term rent is a metaphor in economics for a monopoly price that can be charged by the owner of some scarce resource. The essence of rent was captured in Mark Twain's advice: invest in land, they have stopped making it. Because land is in short supply, and because it is privately owned, the owners can extract payment from people who need it to farm or to live on. If some particular skill or specialism is in short supply relative to demand, then people with that skill are rather like landowners. The economy cannot function without their skill, so they can demand extra payments for doing their work. In some circumstances, this premium may induce more recruits into the specific specialism in short supply. In other cases, the premium may persist. There may be barriers to entry into the profession. The American Medical Association has a strong influence upon the medical schools that train new doctors, and upon the rules governing immigration of doctors, and it uses this to control the number of new entrants to the profession. This enables doctors to charge higher fees. In a socialist economy too, there may well emerge shortages of specific skills relative to the demands of society, and there has to be a mechanism for enlarging supply. Within a socialized system of education and training and labor allocation, it should be easier to project and advertise potential shortages, and to induce recruits into the needed specialisms, with the promise of greater choice of work project if they pursue the targeted careers. If this did not ensure adequate numbers of people entering the trade or profession, then either direction of labor or the payment of rents over and above the regular labor tokens would be required. Direction of labor sounds draconian, and the use of forced labor on Soviet construction projects in the 30s and 40s lived up to this image. Although the widespread use of forced labor went hand in hand with increased differentials and incentive payments to persuade people to move voluntarily into new industrial specialisms. Both incentive payments and direction of labor sprang from the same need to reallocate labor during rapid industrialization. Both were unpopular, and the Khrushchev government essentially got rid of labor direction and greatly reduced the levels of wage differentials. The reductions in differentials continued under Brezhnev. See Lane, 1985. It is likely that telling individuals that they must do this particular job, or paying them large differentials, will always be resented in a socialist country. The citizens of a socialist country tend to have strong egalitarian feelings. This is attested to by the popular resentment that is reportedly expressed against the higher incomes earned by members of the new cooperatives in Russia. Direction of labor in a more subtle form occurs every day in capitalist countries. Workers from the north of England have to travel down to work in London, only getting to see their families at weekends. Unemployment benefit offices are instructed to remove benefits from people who turn down an offer of work. It is not called direction of labor, but the effect is the same. A person finds that he has no choice but to take a particular job. This hidden coercion takes place whenever there is a shortage of jobs. Unemployment, then, forces you to take what is offered. The old Soviet techniques of special bonus payments and explicit direction of workers were needed because there was full employment. In the absence of these measures in the Brezhnev years, workers tended to change jobs frequently, so that enterprises had difficulty maintaining a stable workforce. A similar situation existed in Britain in the 1960s when unemployment was very low. If there are more jobs than workers, then some employers are willing to pay incentives to tempt workers away from their present jobs. Skills in especially short supply will be at a premium. When this happens in a capitalist country, and some groups of manual workers start earning incomes in the professional range, it creates a brief media sensation. The economic plan in a socialist economy should be designed to use up the available labor resources without either excess demand or excess supply. Nonetheless, overall balance in the supply and demand for labor does not deal with the problem of particular specialities experiencing shortfalls. Suppose there is a shortage of electrical technicians. If this is due to there being no training facilities for electrical technicians, then paying technicians more will not solve the problem. What is needed is an enhanced training program. Now suppose there is a shortage of deep-sea divers. There are vacancies at the Aberdeen College of Underwater Technology, but not enough applicants. Some people with a spirit of adventure may be naturally drawn to the life of a diver, but others, fearing the dangers and hardships, hesitate to apply. What should be done? In a market economy, the answer is simple. Pay divers more than the average manual worker. Then you will find people willing to take risks for the extra money. Is this satisfactory? An alternative approach might be to accept that not many people want to risk their lives under the sea, and hold up offshore oil development until automatic machines can be built to do the job. Divers are an extreme case. The fact remains that some jobs are less pleasant than others. Socialist society has to decide whether this problem is going to be dealt with by improving the conditions and quality of work, or by paying incentives to people who do the nasty jobs. If the whole economy is based upon labor money, there are risks to paying incentives. There is a danger that the hour would be devalued if people were paid 2 hours tokens for every hour worked. These incentive payments would be at a cost of others who would suffer a fall in their income. To prevent inflation and give the public some control over differentials, these would have to be financed out of general taxation. It is possible that the, quote, scarcity rent notion has a wider application. The socialist economy has to ensure that its investment in skilled labor is not wasted, either via the emigration of skilled workers or by their deciding to devote their energies to a more highly rewarded, unofficial activity. Leaving aside moral suasion, which we take for granted, but which may be insufficient. There are only two methods for ensuring that skilled workers continue to work as intended: policing or adequate remuneration. Inequality of incomes is undesirable, but so is extensive policing. And there is a pragmatic argument for some degree of, quote, rent payment in cases where the state is in danger of losing certain types of labor from the planning system. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Differential payment for personal qualities. Within any given stratum of workers defined by their level and form of education or skill, there are clearly remaining differences in aptitude, energy, cooperativeness, etc. Should such differences be recognized in differential payment? Before attempting an answer, consider the implications of the question. we are touching here on the issue of the extraction of a surplus product under socialist conditions. By the term surplus product, we mean the extra that is produced over and above what is needed to support the workers themselves. In a capitalist economy, the surplus appears in the form of proceeds of exploitation, profit, interest, rent. The category of exploitation would not be applicable in a socialist economy where the disposition of the surplus product is decided democratically. There is, nonetheless, a need to ensure the extraction of a surplus from the productive workers to provide for the consumption needs of non-producers, soldiers, pensioners, children, the sick, etc., as well as accumulation of means of production. In formal terms, this is achieved within the system we are proposing by taxation of labor incomes and the collection of ground rent, i.e., these revenues of the state finance transfers to non-producers, social provision, and accumulation, as discussed in Chapter 7. But the existence of this formal mechanism in no way guarantees the real production of an adequate surplus. What really matters is that workers should be sufficiently diligent and productive, or if they choose to be less productive, that their personal consumption is correspondingly limited. What methods could ensure this? For comparison, consider the situation in a capitalist economy. Here, the imperative to produce a surplus product takes the form of the need for the firm to make a profit. We know the mechanisms which enforce or induce a level of productivity conducive to the making of profits. The worker enters into an employment contract, which contains, implicitly or explicitly, a conception of minimal acceptable performance. This contract is then enforced by the supervisory agents of the enterprise, managers, foremen, etc., backed up by the ultimate sanction of firing if the worker does not meet the required performance standard or is otherwise insufficiently obedient. The force of the firing sanction, of course, depends in large measure on conditions out with the control of the individual firm, primarily the economy-wide state of unemployment and the level of income maintenance available to unemployed workers. Aside from this negative control over labor power, the enterprise has certain positive means of inducing productivity: bonus payments and variable salaries, the prospect of promotion, the public advertisement of outstanding individual performance, and the creation of an environment in which workers feel that their suggestions for enhancing the productivity of the firm will be listened to and rewarded. The extent to which capitalist enterprises go in for the latter, more enlightened strategies is of course highly variable. In a socialist economy, the unemployment sanction is quite deliberately removed. Work is guaranteed for all. How else does this situation differ from capitalism? We may well wish to argue that socialism should provide favorable general social conditions for the production of a surplus, if workers feel they are working for the good of all, rather than for the profits of a boss. But it would be naive to assume that this will solve all problems. Aside from making general use of the strategies of enlightened capitalist enterprises, public recognition of worker achievement, construction of democratic working environment, there may still be need to gear individual pay to productivity. Morale problems can develop if people believe they are putting in more than the usual effort for nothing, or that a colleague is slacking, coasting along on the backs of his fellows. One way of gearing reward to effort would be an economy-wide system for the grading of labor. For instance, there could be 3 grades of labor: A, B, and C, with B labor representing average productivity, A above average and C below average. New workers might start out as B workers, and then have their performance reviewed, either at their own initiative or at the instigation of the project for which they work, with the possibility of being regraded as A or C. Note that these grades have nothing to do with education or skill level, but are solely concerned with the worker's productivity relative to the average for her trade or profession. These grades of labor would be regarded for planning purposes as creating value at different rates. Rates of pay would correspond to these differential productivities. Grade B workers would receive 1 labor token per hour, A workers rather more, and C workers rather less. The rates of pay would have to be fixed in such proportions as to keep the total issue of labor tokens equal to the total hours worked. The exact rates of pay could be worked out automatically by computers once the number of people in each grade was known. There need be no stigma attached to being a C worker. Such a worker basically chooses to work at an easier pace, and correspondingly accepts a somewhat lower rate of consumption. Not everyone has to be a Stakhanovite, and there is no call for resentment of the less productive workers if he makes no pretense at being anything else. But in this way, the highly productive worker's contribution is recognized and encouraged, while at the same time, the planners get a more accurate fix on the distribution of social labor. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Skilled labor as a produced input. We have indicated above that workers may be divided into groups of differing individual productivities, and recognized as such for planning purposes. The planners would know, for instance, that a given project requiring 1,000 person-hours of average labor would only require, say, 800 persons of grade A labor. Now the question arises whether the existence of different skills demands recognition by the planners, and if so, how this should be organized. In the short to medium run, the differentiation of labor by skill is both important and irreducible. The skills of a mining engineer, a surgeon, and a computer programmer are not interchangeable. It follows that over this time horizon, the planners cannot simply think in terms of the allocation of labor as such, but must recognize the constraints imposed by the availability of special skills. This implies that detailed records should be kept of the number of people qualified in each specialty. But then, what becomes of the labor conception of value and the use of labor time as a unit of account? Well, in the long run, workers can be retrained, and the democratic assumption of socialists is that apart from certain extremely demanding tasks and certain impaired individuals, almost everyone can do almost anything. In the context of long-run planning, what matters is not the present availability of specific types of skilled labor, but rather the cost of production of those skills. And just as the value of machines can be calculated in terms of the amount of labor time required to make them, for the purposes of long-term economic calculation, so can human skills. We can envision the establishment of a baseline level of general education, Workers educated to this level only will be regarded as simple labor, while the labor of workers who have received additional special education is treated as a produced input, much like other means of production. This notion of skilled labor as a produced input may be illustrated by example. Suppose that becoming a competent engineer requires 4 years of study beyond the basic level of education. This 4-year production process for skilled engineering labor involves a variety of labor inputs. First, there's the work of the student, attending lectures, study in the library, lab work, etc. As stated earlier, this is regarded as valid productive work and is rewarded accordingly. It is counted as a simple labor input. Second is the work of teaching, distributed over the number of students being taught. This is a skilled labor input. Third, there is the overhead work connected with education. Librarians, technicians, administrators. This may be a mixture of skilled and simple labor. This illustrates the general point that the production of skilled labor will typically require both simple and skilled labor as inputs. Measuring the current simple labor input is in principle quite simple. The more difficult question is how we treat the input of skilled labor. If skilled labor embodies a past labor input, it will count as some multiple of simple labor. But how is the multiplier determined? The very same question arises in relation to the evaluation of the skilled, i.e. teaching, input into the production of our skilled engineering labor, as in relation to the subsequent evaluation of the qualified engineer's labor. In the following discussion, in the appendix to this chapter, we deal with both aspects at once, employing the simplifying assumption that all skilled labor requires the same quantity of labor input for its production. Consider the analogy of inanimate means of production. The standard method for quantifying the labor passed on from such means of production to the product is to distribute the labor content of the means of production over the total volume of output to which those means contribute. For example, if a machine embodying 1,000 hours of labor gets used up in the course of producing 1 million units of product X, then the machine may be said to pass on 1,000 times a million, i.e. 0.001 hours of labor to each unit of X. To take the calculation one step further, suppose that our machine is operated at a production rate of 100 units of X per hour. It follows that the machine transmits 100 times 0.001, or 0.1 hours of embodied labor per hour of operation. Now return to our skilled engineer and apply the same principle. Suppose that, once qualified, she works a 35-hour week for 45 weeks per year, i.e. 1,575 hours per year. And let the depreciation horizon for her engineering skills be 10 years. That is, at the end of this time, she will need or become eligible for another period of full-time education to update her knowledge and skills or to change specialisms if she wishes. She will work 1,575 times 10 hours in those 10 years. And to determine her rate of transmission of embodied labor during that working time, we divide the total labor content of her education by 15,750. The appendix to this chapter shows how it is possible to work out the total embodied labor content of skilled labor, using simple labor as a unit of account. According to these calculations, the transmission rate might be of the order of 0.5 for depreciation over 10 years, 0.33 for the depreciation over 15 years, 0.24 for the depreciation over 20 years. The figure of 0.33, for instance, tells us that our engineer, whose skills are depreciated over a 15-year horizon, transmits 0.33 hours of embodied labor per hour worked. Unlike the machine, which only transmits labor embodied in the past, our engineer also works 1 hour per hour. The total direct plus indirect labor contribution of our engineer would therefore be 1.33 hours per hour, a multiple of the simple labor rate. In other words, if the planners are contemplating the employment of 1 million hours of skilled engineering labor in the context of a long-run plan, they should recognize that this is the equivalent to a commitment of 1.33 million hours of simple labor. We do not mean to imply that just because a skilled worker is rated as costing society a third more than the worker of average skill, that then they should be paid a third more. This extra third represents the additional cost to society of using skilled labor. Society has already met the extra third in paying for the worker's education, so there is no justification for paying the individual any extra. Although it has no implications for the distribution of personal income, the skilled labor multiplier is important in working out the true social cost of projects. A task that requires skilled labor is more costly to society, even if the skilled workers are paid the same as unskilled ones. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Comparison with historically existing socialism. In closing this chapter, it may be useful to compare the Marxian model with what was achieved in the socialist countries. To our knowledge, the only instance of Marxian principles of distribution being applied in these countries was on the people's communes in China during the 1960s and 70s. There, goods were allocated according to a work point system. The number of hours of work that members put in during the year was recorded, and their share of the harvest was based on this. It may be that other socialist countries applied this principle too, but we do not know of it. In general, the socialist economies retained money. They issued notes and coin, which went into general circulation. This money was used in 5 distinct forms of circulation. 1. Exchanges between socialist state enterprises. The basis of this was the relative operational and managerial independence of state enterprises. 2. Exchanges between the collective farm sector and the state. 3. Exchanges between collective farms and urban workers at markets for agricultural produce. 4. Sale of products by family farms to urban workers, the basis for which was the continuation of family sideline production. 5. Exchanges between state retailing agencies and the employees of state enterprises. End of list. It was often argued that in the first case, money was not really functioning as money, since no transfers of ownership were involved. If Enterprise A delivered goods to Enterprise B might pay for them, but there was no real change of ownership since both were owned by the state. There was some truth in this, since most of the deliveries were in accordance with a plan, but the rationalization was only partially true. If there were no real change in ownership, why should there even be a nominal exchange of money? If production was directly socialized, then there is no reason why Enterprise B should pay A for the goods that A delivers. Instead, Unit B, a hospital, say, could be given a budget of X hours of labor. All work done by nurses, cleaners, and doctors in the unit would be deducted from this budget. Any drugs, food, and medical supplies provided by the publicly owned pharmaceutical factories, etc., would have their labor content deducted from the budget. But there would be no money payments from the hospital to its workers or suppliers. The workers would be credited by the state or commune for work done, and the pharmaceutical factories would not need to be paid, as they would have their own labor budgets. We can see this system in embryo in the NHS, where, prior to Tory reorganization, hospitals did not pay for services such as laboratory tests and X-rays produced within the same health board. In comparison, the industrial sector of the socialist economies retained the commodity form to a far greater extent than seems necessary given socialist property relations. Stalin argued that this continuation of the commodity form derived from the other types of exchange, primarily that between the collective farms and the state. This may have been true originally, but in some of the socialist countries, Bulgaria comes to mind particularly, the independent character of the collective farms vis-à-vis the state had all but vanished by the end of the 1960s. Yet the use of money remained in all cases. If labor value accounting had been prevalent in the economy as a whole, one could have envisaged transitional forms of agricultural production, in which the collective farm as an entity was credited for the mean labor content of products delivered. This would have left collective farm labor still one stage removed from directly social labor, but would have been compatible with the elimination of money. The final exchange system, the market for consumer goods, is the crucial one. It is here that fundamental class contradictions acted to prevent the completion of the Marxian socialist program. For the Marxian view of socialism was radically egalitarian. There was to be no source of income other than labor, and all labor was to be treated as equal. Advancing to this point would have required the elimination of the perks and differentials enjoyed by the bureaucracy. The Marxian program was incompatible with the perpetuation of any elite stratum. Marx applauded the principle employed by the Paris Commune, that public officials should get no more than the average worker's wages. In more recent years, Mao and the left in China opposed differentials and pointed out that China still had far to go to achieve a socialist distribution system. They argued that the 8-grade wage system remained an obstacle to socialism. China was exceptional, and that the question of abolishing the bourgeois system of labor differentials became a burning political issue. It was one of the key issues in the Cultural Revolution. With the defeat of the left there, and the hegemony of Deng's line, further advance towards realizing the Marxist program became impossible. In most of the other socialist countries, the question of moving to payment on the basis of labor was never even on the agenda. Socialist politicians, whether in the East or the West, are rarely keen on leveling. Whilst being opposed to extremes of wealth, they feel that some level of differentials should be maintained. It is much easier to justify differentials ideologically if everything is still done in money terms. But if accounting is done in terms of labor time, then the fraud of professional differentials becomes a little too transparent. Why should a secretary get paid only 30 minutes for each hour that she works, whilst professionals in the next office get paid 2 hours for each hour they put in? The secretaries and cleaners would soon be saying, "Now hold on there. What kind of socialism is it that makes one of you worth 4 of us?" That notorious proletarian leveling tendency, so primitive and unsophisticated, would come to the fore. We're a Jock Tamson's bairns. A man's a man for a' that. This democratic sentiment has been at the heart of every proletarian revolutionary movement. By the late 19th century, the assertion that one man's labor was as good as another's had become the guiding doctrine of what was still called social democracy. Where bourgeois democracy proclaimed all men are equal whilst qualifying this with before the law, social democracy went on to demand real economic equality. What equal voting rights were to bourgeois democracy, equality of labor was to the proletariat. Enemies of political democracy, like South African whites, deplore the way the doctrine of one man, one vote ignores natural human inequality. Is a civilized white man really to be compared with a N blank GGER fresh out of the bush? Enemies of economic democracy deplore the Marxist doctrine of the labor theory of value for the way it falsely homogenizes people. As a visiting Chinese student put it to one of us, could he, with his years of education, count for no more than an ignorant Junkin worker? True, people are different. The work of a college professor is different from that of a laborer. The culture of a Boer is different from that of a Zulu. A man is different from a woman. To those at the top of the heap, difference justifies differentials. The view from the bottom is different. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Appendix. Illustrative calculation of skilled labor multiplier. This appendix explains in more detail the calculation of the skilled labor multiplier discussed in the text. We first illustrate the calculation of the total embodied labor content of skilled labor. 1. On the part of the student, assume 4 years of study at 40 hours per week for 45 weeks per year, total 7,200 hours. 2. Classroom teaching. Assume 15 hours per week, 35 weeks per year for 4 years, distributed across an average class size of 30, average of large lecture classes and smaller labs, seminars, etc. Total per student, 70 hours. 3. Tutorial work. Assume 2 hours per week, 30 weeks per year of one-on-one tutorials. Over 4 years total, 240 hours. 4. Educational overheads. Let us suppose this amounts to a contribution equal to the classroom teaching labor. Total 70 hours. Now examine the breakdown of this total labor content into simple and skilled. The student's own contribution is simple. The teacher's contribution is skilled. And let us assume for the sake of argument that the overhead contribution breaks down 50-50 skilled and unskilled. We then arrive at the following. Total labor content of skill production equals approximately 7,600 hours, rounding up, of which skilled labor makes up around 5%, rounding up again. The total embodied hours figure quoted above is a first approximation, in fact an underestimate, as we shall see. Let us denote this approximation by TH0. Using TH0, we can construct a first approximation to the transmission rate of embodied labor on the part of skilled labor. R0 equals TH0 divided by AH.D, where AH represents the annual hours the skilled worker will work once qualified, and D is the depreciation horizon in years. We can now use R0 to reevaluate the total hours embodied, on the assumption that the transmission rate for the teachers and others who supply the skilled input into the production of skilled labor is the same as that for their students, once qualified. If the proportion of TH0 accounted for by skilled labor input is denoted by SP, a revised estimate of the total embodied labor is parentheses 1 plus R0 close parentheses SP.TH0 plus open parentheses 1 minus SP close parentheses TH0 equals open parentheses 1 plus R0 SP close parentheses TH0. But this new figure for total hours embodied can now be used to re-estimate the transmission rate, permitting a further re-estimation of total hours, and so on recursively. The resulting successive approximations to the total labor embodied in the production of skilled labor form a geometric expansion, the nth term of which is open parentheses 1 plus R0 SP plus R squared 0 SP squared, and so forth, times TH0. Letting n tend to infinity, we can deduce the final limiting value of the total hours estimate, namely, open parentheses 1 minus R0 SP close parentheses to the negative 1 TH0, and the corresponding final estimate of the transmission rate for embodied labor. RF equals open parentheses 1 minus R0 SP close parentheses to the negative 1 times TH0 divided by AH.D. Remembering that R0 equals TH0 divided by AH.D, RF may be rewritten as RF equals TH0 divided by open parentheses AH.D minus SP.TH0 close parentheses, enabling us to calculate the final transmission rate directly. Using the above illustrative figures of TH0 equals 7,600, AH equals 1575, and SP equals 0.05, we find that RF equals 0.5 for D equals 10, RF equals 0.33 for D equals 15, and RF equals 0.24 for D equals 20, as quoted in the text. In each case, the skilled labor multiplier is simply 1 plus RF. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Chapter 3. Work, Time, and Computers. Quote, "The annual labor of every nation is the fund which originally supplies it with all the necessaries and conveniences of life which it annually consumes." Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations. End quote. In this chapter, we argue that rational economic calculations should be based upon an arithmetic of time, specifically of labor time. This is not just conducive to social justice, it is equally conducive to technological progress. We go on to show that a system of costing things in terms of labor time is not just a nice idea. It is also practical using modern computer technology. In the process, we introduce the reader to certain concepts from computing that are relevant to the organization of an economy. In the last chapter, we showed that if people were paid in labor money, so that for each hour that they worked, they got paid 1 hour's labor money, then exploitation would be abolished. This great social gain would, of itself, be a justification for the adoption of labor money. Indeed, that was the classic justification for socialism, that it abolished wage slavery and returned to the workers the fruits of their labors. Such justice and fairness are not the only benefits offered by this method of economic calculation. It also encourages technical progress. Human lifetimes are sadly finite. The amount that people can produce during these lives, and thus the wealth of their society, depends upon how much of their lives they are forced to surrender to the production of things that they covet or need. The advance of our civilization is regulated by its economies of time. The greater the time and effort that a society must expend to produce its necessities, the poorer it will be, and the less it will be able to support the comforts, arts, and culture we know as civilization. So it is the ever more rapid adoption of labor-saving devices, economizers of time, that is the root cause of the growing prosperity the industrialized world has experienced these last 2 centuries. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Economies of Time. The fundamental economic justification of any new production technology has to be its ability to produce things with less effort than before. Only by the constant application of such inventions throughout the economy can we gain more free time to devote either to leisure or to the satisfaction of new and more sophisticated tastes. A socialist production engineer must seek always to economize on time. It is, as Adam Smith said, our original currency, and a moment of it needlessly squandered is lost forever. Socialism will show itself to be superior to capitalism only if it proves better at husbanding time. In a capitalist economy, manufacturers are driven by the desire for profit to try to minimize costs. These costs include wages. Firms often introduce new technology in order to cut the workforce and reduce labor costs. Although this use of technology is frequently against the immediate interests of the workers directly involved, who lose their jobs, it is to the ultimate benefit of society. The benefits of technical change are unevenly spread. The employer stands to gain more than the employee. But in the end, it is upon its ability to foster technological improvements that capitalism's claim to be a progressive system is based. The need to accept new labor-saving technology is generally recognized within the trade unions, who seek only to regulate the terms of its introduction so that their members share in the gains. It is a very naive form of socialism that criticizes technical change under the belief that it causes unemployment. The real criticism that can be made of capitalist economies in this regard is that they are too slow to adopt labor-saving devices, because labor is artificially cheap. Historians have long argued that the reason why the ancients failed to develop an industrial society, despite all the science of the Greeks and the engineering skills of the Romans, was the institution of slavery. Where all industrial production was relegated to slaves, rational calculation of labor costs was discouraged. A slave was not paid by the hour, so the master had no incentive to account for the hours of his servant's labor. Without such calculation, there was little incentive to economize on labor time. So, for instance, although the Romans knew of the water wheel, they never moved on to the widespread application of mechanical power. White, 1962. Capitalism was a clear advance on slavery. The capitalist buys his labor by the hour and is reluctant to waste it. He employs time and motion study to check that he is making good use of what he has bought. But still, he buys his labor cheap. If he did not, there would be no profit in it. Here is the paradox. What is bought cheap is never truly valued. The lower our wages, the greater the profit. But when wages are low, employers can afford to squander labor. The capitalist is one step above the slaveholder in rationality, but that step can be a small one. The railways of Britain were a technical marvel. Broad, straight tracks were laid across the land. Hills were made level by tunnels and cuts, valleys by embankments and viaducts. Their mark on this land is still seen and still laid, the way for a commerce where vast fortunes were made, the supply of an empire where the sun never set, which is now deep in darkness, but the railway is there yet. And its traces will doubtless remain for millennia to come, like the roads and aqueducts of another empire. The laborers, or navigators, who built the railways worked with the same tools as the Roman slaves who built the aqueducts. They were built by muscle and power, by pick and by shovel. The one great technical advance in 2 millennia was the wheelbarrow, a Chinese invention. The navvies had it, the slaves did not. The railway was the product of the machine age. It was not beyond the wit of Stephenson or Brunel to design steam-powered mechanical excavators. They did not bother because wage slaves could be had cheap. Again, in the present century, in British docks, dockers labored to unload ships with techniques that had not changed since the Middle Ages. Hired by the day, they did the work of slaves without even the security that went with slavery. It took full employment, strong trade unions, and better wages to persuade the capitalist class that it was worth investing in bulldozers, JCBs, and containerization. Both these examples are groups of manual laborers, traditionally the most exploited sections of the working classes. A similar story can be told of any number of sweated trades, garment making, toy making, etc., where wages are low. In such areas, production technology is stagnant, and the incentive to innovate is low. As a general rule, we can say that the lower wages are, the less likely it is that employers will modernize. We can illustrate this with an example, as shown in Table 3.1. Table 3.1. 2 ways of digging a ditch. Columns. Method. Old and new. Column 1, direct labor, old 100 hours, new 50 hours. Indirect labor, 100 hours, new 125 hours. Total labor cost, old 200 hours, new 175 hours. Cost, 1,053 pounds, old, new 1,091.25 pounds. Assuming value created by labor, 7.53 pounds per hour. Wage rate, 3 pounds per hour. The table shows the comparative costs of two methods of digging a ditch in a road. With the old method, the contractor hires 2 men who each work a 50-hour week. Along with the men, he hires a compressor and 2 pneumatic drills. These are used to break up the road surface, which is then excavated using shovels. The wear and tear on the compressor and drills, along with the fuel for the compressor, amounts to a further 100 hours labor. With the modern technique, the contractor hires a mechanical excavator and 1 man who completes the job in 50 hours. In this case, the wear and tear on the excavator plus its fuel amounts to 125 hours of labor time. The modern technique needs only 175 hours of direct and indirect labor to complete the job, compared to 200 hours for the old technique. Suppose that, as in 1987 Britain, an hour's labor produces goods that sell for 7.53 pounds. And suppose the rate of pay for laborers is 3 pounds per hour. If we now work out the money costs of the two techniques, we find the situation is reversed. The old method is cheaper. Because labor is to be had cheap, the older, more labor-intensive technique appears to cost less. It thus pays capitalists to waste human labor. A good example of this could be seen in the computer industry. In the 1950s, IBM developed highly automated machinery to construct the core memories for their computers. As demand grew, their factories became more and more automatic. In 1965, they even had to open an entire new production line just to make the machines that would make the computers. Still, they could not keep up with demand. The situation was becoming desperate. Then, a newly appointed manager at Kingston, who had spent several years in Japan, proposed that workers in the Orient could be found with sufficient manual dexterity and patience to wire core planes by hand. Taking bags of cores, rolls of wire, and core frames to Japan, he returned 10 days later with hand-wired core planes as good as those that had been wired by automatic wire feeders at the Kingston plant. It was slow and tedious work, but the cost of labor in the Orient was so low that production costs were actually lower than with the full automation in Kingston. Puge, 1991, page 209. One of the criticisms that the economic reformers leveled at the price and wage structure in the USSR in the 1970s and 80s was that the low level of wages there led to this same sort of waste of labor. In the USSR, wages were kept low, and a significant part of people's incomes came in the form of heavily subsidized housing and public services. The enterprises that employ people did not pay for these services. The reformers advocated a change in the price and wage system so that services cost more and wages were raised to compensate. They claimed that the higher price of labor would then act as an incentive for innovation. The argument is valid, but it does not go far enough. The problem arises because the wage, that is to say, the price paid for labor rather than labor time itself, is used in costings. This means that the outcome of any attempt to compare the costs of different production techniques will be affected by wage levels. If we use monetary calculations, where costs of production include wages, then we cannot arrive at a measure of economic efficiency that is independent of the distribution of income. To avoid this, we need some objective measure of the amount of labor used to produce things. This is easier said than done. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Objective Social Accounting. The market provides firms with price information upon which they can base their costings. This gives some kind of rational basis for firms to choose what seems the cheapest method of production, even though this will be systematically biased towards techniques which waste labor. If we want to get a more objective source of cost data, we need a system of data collection that is independent of the market. This is where computer technology comes in. We need a computerized information system that gives production engineers unbiased estimates of the labor time costs of different technologies. Market prices are used as a cost indicator in capitalist countries, but they have a certain arbitrary character. An artist dies in poverty. A few decades later, his pictures change hands for millions. A sudden panic hits the stock markets. In a matter of hours, hundreds of billions are wiped off stock prices. Farmers destroy crops because prices are too low. Walk through the poor areas of a British or American city, and you will see the pinched faces and stunted figures of people for whom food is too expensive. Market prices are the plaything of supply and demand. Demand does not depend upon human need, but upon ability and willingness to pay. This means that the distribution of wealth, whims, and fashion all affect demand. Supply is subject to a more mundane constraint, the resources that go into making things. A new Van Gogh painting requires the man himself. Where is he? The supply of original Van Goghs cannot increase. Their prices, the objects of subjective fancy, have no limit beyond the folly and vanity of the rich. The supply of tomatoes depends upon labor, land, sun, water, greenhouses, oil, etc. Their costs of production are given by the state of agricultural technology and by the costs of the required inputs. Their supply is subject to objective constraints, which set a limit on their prices. We can never hope to have a rational measure of the present costs of a painting by Leonardo, but a socialist economy should have available to it some measure of the objective costs of different products. We could, in principle, measure costs in terms of any widely used resource. In an industrial economy, we might reasonably price goods in terms of the energy that went into their production. If society faced overriding constraints upon the amount of energy that it could use, perhaps for environmental reasons, then this might be a good way to price things. We advocate using labor time as the basic unit of account, because we think that society is about people, and for the moment at least, how people spend their lives remains more important than any one natural resource. We will come back to the environmental arguments against relying too much upon this one measure in Chapter 5. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Defining labor content. To cost things in terms of labor, we need to define the labor content of a good. If we want to know the labor content of a tomato, it won't be enough simply to measure the number of seconds the tomato farmer spent tending it and plucking it. We also have to take into account the labor indirectly used, the labor of the people who built the greenhouse the tomato grew in, the labor of the oil workers who produced fuel for the greenhouse, and so on. This appears to create a problem of circularity. To know the labor content of each good, we need to know the labor content of several more. In order to deal with this complex interdependence, we need what is known as an input-output table, which records how the outputs of industries are used as inputs by other industries. In the example given in Table 3.2, the food industry uses 2,000 barrels of oil and employs 2,000 workers to produce 40,000 loaves per week. The oil industry employs 1,000 workers and uses 500 barrels of oil to produce 2,000 barrels of oil per week. This little economy has net outputs of 40,000 loaves and 500 barrels of oil to distribute as food and fuel to a working population of 3,000. The relationship shown in Table 3.2, which you can view on the website, can be used to compute the labor content of oil and loaves. Consider bread first. We wish to find out how much labor time, expressed in person weeks, goes to make a loaf. One person working 1 week will be said to create 1 person week of value. We know from the table that value of 40,000 loaves equals 2,000 person weeks plus 2,000 times the value of the barrel of oil. That is, the total labor value of bread production equals the direct labor in this sector plus the total indirect labor represented by the input of oil. That equation can be rewritten to give the value of bread in person weeks as value of bread equals, open parentheses, 2,000 plus 2,000 times the value of oil divided by 4,000 equals, open parentheses, 1 plus the value of oil, close parentheses, divided by 20. Thus, if we knew the value of oil in terms of labor, we could work out the value of bread in terms of labor. From the table, we can see that the value of 3,000 barrels equals 1,000 person weeks plus the value of 500 barrels. Thus, 2,500 barrels must be worth 1,000 person weeks, and 1 barrel must be worth 0.4 or 2/5 of a person week. Using that result, we can now work out the value of bread. Value of bread equals 1.4 divided by 20 equals 0.07 person weeks. So the final that the labor values of a loaf of bread and a barrel of oil are 0.07 and 0.4 person weeks, respectively. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. The Problem of Scale. In his book, The Economics of Feasible Socialism, 1983, Alec Nove emphasized the importance of the sheer scale of modern economies. He said that the Soviet economy included some 12 million distinct types of product, and quoted the estimate of one O. Antonov that to draw up a complete and balanced plan for the Ukraine would take the labor of the whole world's population over a 10 million year period. The same argument may apply to computing labor values. It is one thing to solve the equation for our toy example of an input-output table. It would be quite a different thing to solve a system of 12 million simultaneous equations. But it is not enough just to say that calculating labor values for a large economy is complex. We have to know how complex it is. The estimate quoted by Nove gives an impression of vast and unmanageable complexity, and seems to close off the question from further discussion. We should point out that Nove also is by no means alone in making this sort of claim. Such arguments are quite routine amongst opponents of socialism. We cite Nove in order to show that even left-leaning economists tend to throw up their hands at the complexity of socialist planning. But what we need is an account of the laws which govern how long it takes to compute labor values for economies of different degrees of complexity. It may be impossibly difficult to prepare the plan, or to calculate labor values, by manual methods, but it does not follow that it would be impossible using computers. To decide on this, we need to establish quantitative relationships between the scale of the economy to be planned and the amount of computer time that will be required. The time that it takes to perform calculations is studied by a branch of computer science called complexity theory. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. The Problem of Scale. In his book, The Economics of Feasible Socialism, 1983, Alec Nove emphasized the importance of the sheer scale of modern economies. He said that the Soviet economy included some 12 million distinct types of product, and quoted the estimate of one O. Antonov that to draw up a complete and balanced plan for the Ukraine would take the labor of the whole world's population over a 10 million year period. The same argument may apply to computing labor values. It is one thing to solve the equation for our toy example of an input-output table. It would be quite a different thing to solve a system of 12 million simultaneous equations. But it is not enough just to say that calculating labor values for a large economy is complex. We have to know how complex it is. The estimate quoted by Nove gives an impression of vast and unmanageable complexity, and seems to close off the question from further discussion. We should point out that Nove also is by no means alone in making this sort of claim. Such arguments are quite routine amongst opponents of socialism. We cite Nove in order to show that even left-leaning economists tend to throw up their hands at the complexity of socialist planning. But what we need is an account of the laws which govern how long it takes to compute labor values for economies of different degrees of complexity. It may be impossibly difficult to prepare the plan, or to calculate labor values, by manual methods, but it does not follow that it would be impossible using computers. To decide on this, we need to establish quantitative relationships between the scale of the economy to be planned and the amount of computer time that will be required. The time that it takes to perform calculations is studied by a branch of computer science called complexity theory. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. The idea of complexity. Complexity theory deals with the number of discrete steps that are required to perform a calculation. These discrete steps correspond roughly to the number of instructions that would have to be executed in a computer program that performed the calculation. As an example, consider this problem. You are given a deck of 99 cards. Each card has a number between 1 and 99 printed on it. The cards are in an arbitrary order. You have to sort them into ascending order. How do you proceed? One solution applies these rules. 1. Compare the first card in the deck with the second. If the first has a higher number than the second, swap them. 2. Repeat step 1 with the second, third, fourth pairs of cards, etc., till you reach the end of the deck. 3. If you found that the deck was in the right order, then stop. Otherwise, go back to step 1. How long will this take to sort the deck? That depends upon the original order of the deck. The best case would be if the deck was sorted to begin with. Then a single pass through the deck, performing 98 comparisons, will be enough. The worst case is if the deck originally is in descending order. You now have to reverse the order. The first card you look at has the number 99 on it. Step 1 moves it to position 2 in the deck. Step 1 is then repeated until we reach the end of the deck. Each time, the card with 99 on it is moved along one position. Eventually, after 98 repetitions, it arrives at the back of the deck. It follows that a single pass through the deck will move one card into the correct position. We have 99 cards in the wrong position to start with, so we will need 99 passes through the deck. This involves 99 times 98 comparisons. If we had 50 cards, it would take 49 times 50 steps. The number of operations in the worst case will be about n squared, where n is the number of cards. In computing, we say that this technique is of time order n squared. This means that the time to solve the problem can, as a rough order of magnitude, be assumed to be the square of n. There is a better solution. 1. Divide the deck into 10 stacks depending on whether the last digit on the card is 0, 1, 2, or 9. 2. Form a new deck by putting these stacks one behind the other, starting with stack 0 and ending with stack 9. 3. Starting from the bottom of the deck, redivide it into 10 stacks depending on the first digits on the cards. Repeat step 2. The deck is now sorted. Using the second method, we only have to look at each card twice. The number of steps is thus 2n, where n is the number of cards. This is clearly a much faster method than the previous one. We say that it is of the time order n. Problems of time order n are easier than those of time order n squared. The worst problems are ones that require an exponential number of steps for their solution. Exponential problems are generally considered too complex for practical computation, except for a very small n. In looking at the problem of economic planning and the feasibility of performing the necessary calculations on computers, we have to determine the time order of the computations involved and the size of the input data, n. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Simplifying the labor value problem. Let us return to the problem of calculating the labor values of all the commodities in an economy. the conditions of production can be represented as an input-output table. And from this table, a set of equations can be derived, as in the examples above. In principle, these are clearly solvable. We have the same number of equations as we have unknown labor values to solve for. The question is whether the system is practically solvable. The standard method of solving simultaneous equations is Gaussian elimination. It is equivalent to the school textbook method. This method yields an exact solution in a running time proportional to the cube of the number of equations. See Sedgwick, 1983, Chapter 5. Let us suppose that the number of distinct types of output in the economy to be planned is of the order of 1,000,000, 10 to the 6th. In that case, the Gaussian elimination method applied to the input-output table would require 106 cubed, or 1018, a million iterations, each of which might contain 10 primitive computer instructions. Suppose we can run the problem on a modern Japanese supercomputer, such as the Fujitsu VP200 or the Hitachi S810/20. Then how long will it take? These machines are capable of performing around 200 million arithmetic operations per second when working on large volumes of data. See Lubeck et al. 1985. So the time taken to compute all the labor values of the economy would be on the order of 50 billion seconds, or 16,000 years. Rather obviously, this is far too slow. When one runs into a scale problem like this, it is often convenient to reformulate the task in different terms. The input-output table for an economy is in practice likely to be mostly blanks. In reality, each product has on average only a few tens or at most hundreds of inputs to its production, rather than 1,000,000. This makes it more economical to represent the system in terms of a vector of lists, rather than a matrix. In consequence, there are shortcuts which can be taken to arrive at a result. We can use another approach, that of successive approximation. The idea here is that as a first approximation, we ignore all inputs to the production process apart from the directly expended labor. This gives us a first approximate estimate of each product's labor value. It will be an underestimate because it ignores the non-labor inputs to the production process. To arrive at our second approximation, we add in the non-labor inputs valued on the basis of the labor values computed in the first phase. This will get us one step closer to the true labor values. Repeated application of this process will give us the answer to the desired degree of accuracy. If about half the value of an average product is derived from direct labor inputs, then each iteration around our approximation process will add one binary digit of significance to our answer. An answer correct to 4 significant decimal digits, which is better than the market can achieve, would require about 15 iterations around our approximation process. The time order complexity of this algorithm is proportional to the number of products times the average number of inputs per product times the desired accuracy of the result in digits. On our previous assumptions, this could be computed on a supercomputer in a few minutes rather than the thousands of years required for Gaussian elimination. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. High-tech and intermediate tech solutions. The computation of labor values for a whole economy is now feasible in a few minutes using modern supercomputers. These computers are expensive, but not prohibitively so. They are already used for weather forecasting, atomic weapons design, oil prospecting, and nuclear physics. It would not be unreasonable to give a National Planning Bureau the same computational capacity as the Met Office. Until recently, supercomputer technology has been within the capability of only a few countries, primarily the USA and Britain. Britain now has the ability to produce machines of this capacity using highly parallel processors. Edinburgh University is building a machine with a capacity of 10 million instructions per second. As of 1988, the USSR had several projects underway to develop similar supercomputers, but it seems unlikely that any of them were in series production. See Wolcott and Goodman, 1988. It is worth pointing out, however, that essentially the same results could be achieved with a considerably lower level of technology. We present a short outline of how this might be done. The intermediate technology solution requires 4 components. The first of these is teletext, familiar to the British public under the trade names CFAX and Oracle. These are public information systems that use spare bandwidth on television channels to transmit pages of digital information about the news, sport, weather, etc. The second component is the public telephone network. The third is the personal microcomputer with an adapter capable of receiving teletext, the whole costing a few £100 at current prices. The fourth component is the system of universal product coding developed by the retail trade. Universal product codes are the numbers displayed under the barcodes on nearly all marketed goods. It is already standard practice for all but the smallest firms to perform cost analyses using spreadsheet packages on personal computers. In our hypothetical socialist economy, each unit of production would use such a package to build a model of their production process. The spreadsheet model would have fed into it how much labor had been used over the last week, how much of each other input, and what the gross output had been. Given up-to-date figures for the labor values of the various inputs, the spreadsheet would rapidly compute the labor values of the outputs. Where will the up-to-date labor values come from? They are broadcast continuously on teletext by the public broadcasting authorities. If, as before, we assume that there are 1 million products, then teletext should be able to broadcast revised labor values every 20 minutes. The products would be identified by their universal product codes. The personal computers listen in and update their spreadsheet model in response to any broadcast changes in labor values. If for any reason the personal computer in a place of work decides that the labor value of the product produced there has changed, it dials up the central teletext computer and informs it of the change. These changes might be either due to some change in local production technology or a broadcast change in the value of one of the inputs. The whole system would be acting as a huge distributed supercomputer, continuously evaluating labor values by the method of successive approximation. Although it uses cheap and simple technology, this approach has several advantages over a centralized supercomputer. It not only performs the computations, but also performs data collection, which is notoriously one of the most difficult aspects of any planning system. Secondly, it would be a much more robust system. If a few small computers break down, the figures for some labor values may get slightly out of date, but the system as a whole would survive. The only single vulnerable point would be the central teletext broadcasting system, but this would be considerably cheaper than a central supercomputer, which would allow it to be replicated with backup machines. Using this distributed calculation system, each unit of production would have available to it, if not up to the minute, then up to the hour, estimates of the current social labor cost of production alternatives. This is much faster than a capitalist market can achieve. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Chapter 4. Basic Concepts of Planning. The idea of economy-wide planning is not fashionable. Surveying the current state of the world, one could easily get the impression that economic planning is an idea whose time has passed. Economic growth has faltered in the USA after Reagan, and in the UK after Thatcher, and advocates of the untrammeled market have less grounds for self-confidence than they appeared to in the 1980s. But on the other side of what used to be the Iron Curtain, the collapse of the Soviet-style planned economies is all but complete. Even if capitalism is visibly flawed, planning seems to offer no alternative. The self-confidence of socialists is at an historic low. We are swimming against the tide, but we believe, with good reason, the failure of economic planning in the traditional Soviet mode was not illusory, but we have two counter-arguments to make. First, the system which has been abandoned in Russia was one particular implementation of planning. It was a system shaped by the needs of military production in a state caught in an arms race, starting from a level of economic development far below that of its enemies, initially Germany, then the USA. The arms race and its associated trade embargoes were part of an open and deliberate US policy to bankrupt the USSR. The militarized structure of the Soviet economy was no more an essential feature of socialism than is the militarization of the economy of Israel an essential feature of capitalism. Other models are possible, and we wish to present the outlines of a system which can be efficient in satisfying consumers' wishes, while at the same time guiding the economy towards equality, social justice, and a sustainable place in the environment of planet Earth. Second, we see the costs of the new, thrusting capitalism as socially unacceptable, and we expect that more and more people will come to share this view. The skewing of the distribution of income, wealth and economic security towards greater inequality, the neglect of social provision and public goods, the headlong exploitation of the natural environment. All these negative legacies of the Reagan and Thatcher years will have to be redressed. We believe that a new socialist planning system is the most promising form of economy to deal with these deep-seated problems. This chapter introduces our conception of such a new planning system. We discuss the key features of economic planning in general, and distinguish these from the features of a capitalist economy. The following chapters then set out in detail the planning mechanisms which we see as most likely to be efficient and effective. We distinguish these from the traditional bureaucratic planning in the USSR, and show how our proposed alternative can be made to work by harnessing the remarkable powers of the latest generation of computers. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Planning and Control. Planning can be thought of as a branch of control theory, the study of regulating systems. Control theory normally deals with the control of automatic industrial plant. The process of automatic control is conventionally represented by a feedback loop. An example of such a feedback system might be a central heating controller. The goal might be to keep a workplace warm during the hours that it is occupied, say 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. This goal or desired temperature could be thought of as a planned target. The actual temperature of the building is the output of the plan, in this case a central heating system. The current temperature is compared with the goal, and an error signal, the gap between current and desired temperature, is fed into the controller. This then controls the flow of fuel into the central boiler to regulate the temperature. A crude central heating controller would just turn the fuel on or off depending on whether the temperature is above or below the target. This would result in an erratic movement of temperature, as shown in Figure 4.1. In the example, the heating is switched on at 9 a.m., but the place does not really get warm until 10. It then overheats for a while until the heating turns off. The building then cools down until 11:30, at which the heating cuts back in, leading to overheating until around 12:30. It goes on fluctuating for the rest of the day. We are all familiar with workplace heating systems like this. The problem with this type of controller is that it lacks foresight and does not take into account how the plant will react. A more intelligent control system would know about the plant parameters. It would know the heat output of the boiler. It would know how rapidly heat is lost through the walls and windows as a function of temperature. And it would know the specific heat of the building. Given a heating schedule, it could predict when it would have to turn the heating on to ensure that the place was warm enough by 9 a.m. It would also calculate that by gradually turning down the boiler as the room temperature approached the target, and it could prevent the place from getting too hot. An intelligent controller might give us a temperature graph as shown in Figure 4.2. The boiler reduces its output once it gets close to 9 a.m. In this case, the controller would have to be a more complex device than the simple clock and thermostat combinations in most central heating systems. It would require an internal model of the system to be controlled and a schedule of goals to be met. The controller draws up a plan to meet that schedule, subject to know what it knows about the system it is controlling. It turns on the heating a couple of hours early to make sure that the room is warm enough, and turns it down in time to prevent it overheating. It can do this because it can use its internal model to simulate the way the real system would behave under different inputs. This ability to simulate internally the behavior and characteristics of the system under control means that it does not operate by trial and error process of the first controller. There is an analogy here with the way a market economy operates. Capitalist firms respond to market signals, such as the relationship between price and cost of production. They adjust their production in response to such signals, with the general aim of maximizing profit. The control model here is the same as that of the dumb central heating controller. It is reactive and lacks foresight. Thus, there are bound to be economic fluctuations and instabilities. Actually, the situation is worse, as there is no reason to suppose that a large number of firms, each responding to different feedback signals, will display any kind of coherent goal-directed behavior. At least with a dumb central heating system, there is some clear overall goal. In a market economy, there is no such overall goal. In particular, consumers' wishes cannot act as a goal or control input, as they are only effective when backed up by the money to purchase things. But consumer purchasing power is an internal variable of the economy, itself subject to fluctuations as a result of unemployment, conditions in the credit market, etc. It is as if the setting on the thermostat were to be affected by the fuel consumption of the boiler. Adam Smith proposed the powerful metaphor of the invisible hand of market forces. Supposedly, the pursuit of private profit by individual firms and private advantage by consumers would lead to an outcome as if the system were designed to maximize the welfare of all. Modern general equilibrium analysis has performed the useful theoretical function of showing how restrictive are the conditions required to ensure the Smithian result. See Hahn, 1984. The economic history of the 20th century, with its episodes of mass unemployment, runaway inflation, and environmental destruction, has shown more practically that the play of market forces cannot be relied upon to deliver socially desirable outcomes. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Capitalist Goals, Second Order. If consumers' wishes do not act as an external control input for the capitalist system, can government policies play this role? Only in a very limited sense, for the typical economic goals that capitalist governments set themselves are second order. They are not concerned with the direct satisfaction of people's wants and needs, but instead relate to features and deficiencies of the economic system itself. For instance, inflation and the balance of payments, two major targets of government policy, do not directly concern human needs. Inflation is a matter of what numbers we associate with goods. It is a problem of measurement. Inflation can occur under conditions of great material poverty, as in China in the 1940s, or in times of comparative material prosperity, as in Britain in the 1970s. The rate of inflation by itself tells us nothing about the degree to which the economy is satisfying human needs. The balance of payments is also a second-order phenomenon. It measures the degree to which the citizens and government of a country are becoming debtors or creditors of the rest of the world. This is an aggregate of contractual relations, and again, it does not measure the degree to which the population's needs are being met. This is not to say that inflation and the trade balance are unimportant, just that they are second-order problems concerned with the operation of the economic mechanism itself. This is the case with unemployment, too. Unemployment does indirectly affect the satisfaction of needs. The unemployed suffer a decline in their standard of living, and, less evidently, so does the population as a whole, due to the loss of the goods that might have been made had the unemployed been in productive work. But again, this is a problem that arises because of the institutional structure of the capitalist economy. People may be unemployed while needs are unmet, and while the machinery and equipment needed to meet them stands idle, because firms reckon it is unprofitable to meet these needs. The only first-order goal that capitalist governments set for the economy is the growth rate. This does not concern the aggregate ability of the economy to meet needs, but in the process of aggregation, a lot can be hidden. What does a growth rate mean? Quote, real growth is commonly taken to be the growth of the total money value of output minus the rate of inflation. What this really means is another matter. Can it be said that if the economy grows by 5%, then human happiness has grown by 5%? What if the growth has been at the expense of the quality of life or of social equality? What if the price of that growth has been the pollution of the air and the seas? And to what extent does the economic output that is being measured make a real contribution to happiness? Does growth in advertising or money lending really increase the satisfaction of anyone other than those who directly profit from it? End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. What would be first-order goals? We favor a characterization of socialist economic planning, which centers on the capacity of the planning system to impose democratically decided objectives on the course of economic development. Let us consider the kind of politically decided objectives which a planned economy should be able to sustain. Historically, the first objective of planning in socialist economies has been to promote a program of crash industrialization, itself a means of achieving collective security and an infrastructure capable of supporting rising levels of social provision and individual consumption. According to Paul Gregory's careful investigations, 1970, there can be little doubt that the planned economies were able to achieve a faster pace of industrialization than market economies at a comparable stage of development. For an already industrialized economy, however, the economic objectives to which socialist planning should be directed include the following. 1. A general rise in the cultural level and living standards of the people, with emphasis on those of the working class for as long as a distinct working class continues to exist. This involves the extension and improvement in the quality of social provision, collective consumption, the development of choice and quality of consumer goods, a general reduction in working time, an increase in leisure time, and the attempt to make work itself more enjoyable and personally rewarding. 2. The construction of a long-term resource-constrained development path, i.e., a trajectory of economic development which respects environmental and ecological constraints, and does not store up intractable future problems due to resource exhaustion or environmental destruction. 3. A change in the economic structure to one that ensures real economic equality between the sexes through the progressive elimination of patriarchal forms of economy. 4. The reduction of class, regional, and in less developed economies, town versus country, inequalities. End of list. These are obviously rather general goals, although they are more specific than the typical economic goals of capitalist governments. They must be further specified in the course of constructing an operational plan, and the next section examines various aspects of this process. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Levels of planning. Planning decisions may be broken down into 3 levels, macroeconomic planning, strategic planning, and detailed production planning. The connection between these levels is as follows. First, a macroeconomic plan sets certain general parameters governing the evolution of the economy over time. Specifically, it concerns the breakdown of total production, or as we would prefer to express it, the breakdown of total labor time, between various highly aggregated categories of end use. How much of society's labor should be devoted to the production of consumer goods? How much to the provision of social goods such as health, education, or socialized childcare? How much to the accumulation of means of production to augment the future productive capacity of the economy? And how much, if any, to the repayment of foreign debt or the acquisition of foreign assets? A macroeconomic plan must answer these questions. It must also address the question of how intensively the economy's given productive capacity should be exploited. The answer here is not necessarily to the maximum, although that will be the answer during wartime. A capitalist government may, for instance, decide to reduce aggregate demand and generate unemployment in order to reduce the rate of inflation. This is macroeconomic planning of a kind. A socialist planning agency will have no interest in creating unemployment, but equally it will not wish to work the population as hard as possible. There is a trade-off between productive labor and leisure time, and the macroeconomic planners will have to take into account the people's preferences in this respect when calculating how much labor time is available for the various uses. Second, the strategic plan concerns the changing industrial structure of the economy. Given that so much of the available labor time is to be devoted to public provision, so much to consumer goods, and so much to producer goods, which particular sectors should be developed, exploiting which technologies? Which types of goods should be imported, because they can be produced more cheaply elsewhere? Which industries should be phased out over the long run? In the context of strategic planning, issues such as the environmental impact of various industries and technologies, and the appropriate criteria for assessing potential investment projects must be addressed. Third, within the framework established by the macroeconomic and strategic industrial plans, detailed production planning concerns the precise allocation of resources. Which specific types of goods are to be produced in what quantities, using how much labor, and in which locations? Which productive units are to receive inputs from which others, and so on. Governments in capitalist economies are able to carry out some degree of macroeconomic and strategic industrial planning. Outside of wartime, they obviously do not attempt detailed production planning. But since these governments do not have property rights over the principal means of production, their ability to plan is limited and depends on the cooperation of capitalist enterprises and other private agents. Consider macroeconomic planning. Governments may, for instance, expand the money supply and lower interest rates with the intention of stimulating investment spending, causing a reallocation of resources in favor of accumulation of means of production. But if capitalist enterprises do not see investment as sufficiently profitable, low interest rates may fail to make much difference. Or again, a government may cut taxes in the hope of increasing total output and employment. But if the consumers who benefit from the tax break choose to spend their gains on imported goods, the result may be a trade deficit rather than domestic expansion. As for strategic industrial planning in a capitalist economy, the striking success story is the Japanese Ministry of International Trade and Industry. The MITI has been able to foster a far-sighted adjustment of the structure of Japanese industry in the face of a changing pattern of world production and competitive advantage. Those industries which, in the calculation of MITI, offered the best prospect of long-run competitive growth were built up with the aid of state-funded research and development. One of the better accounts of this process is contained in Keith Smith, 1986. The success of MITI has proved hard to emulate. It depends on the willingness of capitalist enterprises in Japan to cooperate with the ministry, and a cooperative climate of industry-government relations cannot be legislated into existence. In principle, a socialist government with property rights over the means of production should be in a much better position to carry out coherent and effective macroeconomic and strategic industrial planning. The fact that such a government has the power to shape these aspects of the economy does not, of course, guarantee that this power will be used wisely. But if the planning process is open to debate, democratic whenever possible, and systematically calls upon the best efforts of the scientific community, there is good reason to hope that the results will be superior to those of the capitalist market. The next 5 chapters develop the concept of planning in various ways. Chapter 5 elaborates the issues involved in strategic planning. Chapter 6 sets out the requirements for effective detailed planning. Macroeconomic planning is discussed in Chapter 7, and the marketing of consumer goods in Chapter 8. Chapter 9 examines the issue of the informational requirements for the planning process as a whole. End of Chapter 4. Towards a New Socialism. Chapter 5. Strategic Planning. We use strategic planning as something of a portmanteau term. This chapter examines a number of aspects of planning, mainly relating to the overall structure of the economy, which do not naturally fall under the headings of macroeconomic or detailed production planning. The latter are dealt with in separate chapters. The main topics to be covered here are 1. The planning of the industrial structure. 2. Environmental considerations. 3. Investment planning and the time dimension of production. 4. Planning of the mode of distribution of goods and services. 5. Agricultural production planning. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Planning the industrial structure. There are a number of areas where long-term politically determined objectives for production can be realistically envisaged. Housing, transport, energy supply, communications, tourism, industrial restructuring. In each of these cases, quote, lumpy decisions have to be taken. For instance, the shape and form of new housing developments are properly a matter for democratic debate and decision. Or consider the case of personal transportation. Whether a country relies upon private cars or upon public transport is a decision which has huge long-term effects upon a society. And this is a case where the sum of individual private decisions does not necessarily correspond to a socially optimal result. When transport in great industrial cities relied upon the train and the tram, speeds of travel through city centers were higher than they are now. For those who could afford them, the new private cars offered a speed advantage over the tram, since cars did not stop to pick up passengers. But as more and more cars came onto the roads, congestion increased, and both cars and public transport got slower as a result. At all times, the private car continued to offer a speed advantage over public road transport, so each individual retained an incentive to go by car. Rising car use took trade away from the buses and trams, and the services became worse. The end result is dangerous and congested roads, air pollution, and longer journey times. Here is an example where a social decision on the shape of the economy may produce results far superior to the aggregate of private decisions. A decision either to extend or restrict the use of cars has major industrial implications. In a big country, the car industry may directly and indirectly employ millions of people making cars, making components, providing petrol, servicing, building and repairing roads. The layout of cities and the forms of retail trade are also influenced by the level of car ownership. Strategic planning should be able to take these ramifications into account in a systematic way. If a decision is made to restrict the use of private cars, the plan must call for the redeployment of the labor associated with the car industry. The above example concerns a technology which is already well understood. A different issue for strategic industrial planning arises with new technologies. Looking back at past industrial development, we can see a series of waves in which different industries played the leading role. Textiles, railways, heavy engineering, chemicals, automobiles, consumer durables, electronics. The success of each industrial economy has depended upon its ability rapidly to develop these pioneer industries. The first two waves brought Britain to prominence, the third and fourth, Germany. The mass production of automobiles and consumer durables was pioneered in the USA. And with electronics, the lead has shifted to the Far East. Newly industrializing economies have a comparatively easy task. They start off without an established industrial base and can put all their efforts into building up the latest industries. The USSR from the 30s to the 50s achieved remarkable growth rates by expanding heavy industry. 40 years on, Taiwan and Korea achieved similar results with the electronics industry. This type of initial industrial development is well suited to planning, since the planning authorities can copy the industrial structures of the existing world leaders. It is much more difficult for an already industrialized country to restructure and play a pioneering role. In this case, there is nobody to copy. Old industries must be run down in favor of industries that may become possible on the basis of technology that has yet to be developed. This requires foresight. Plans must be drawn up that project the results of present scientific research into a future in which whole new industries will rest upon them. The knowledge, technology, and skills that will be required must be identified, and the research and development organizations brought into being that will convert science into technology. Education and training must be organized to produce a labor force that will be able to operate these new technologies. Final consumer products using these technologies must be conceived and designed. Manufacturing processes must be invented. Production equipment and component supplies must be developed. Production lines created and put into motion. If an economy is not to stagnate, this sort of restructuring must be carried out repeatedly, with restructuring plans drawn up to cover 10 or 15-year periods. It is not clear to what extent this level of planning can be democratic. The knowledge of which technologies are likely to be relevant in 10 or 20 years' time will initially be concentrated in a small research community, and it is difficult for people without specialist knowledge to make judgments on the matter. It may be possible, however, for the technical specialists to draw up a number of feasible options for future industrial development, which could then be canvassed in public debate. The composition of the Planning Bureau responsible for drawing up strategic plans must be determined according to the time scale of the plans involved. The longest term plans would have to be formulated by small committees of economists with research scientists on secondment from their usual work. For plans with 5 to 7 year perspective, larger numbers of economists would have to be supported by production engineers. Shorter term plans would have to be drawn up on the basis of a much wider input from product designers and industrial managers. A crucial element in the success of strategic plans is their ability to harness innovation. This is inherently a paradoxical issue, since innovation, by definition, cannot be known about before it happens. However, the process of moving from a new concept to its regular industrial application takes time. Although the innovation process may be possible to plan at the start, planning becomes more and more possible as it progresses. Any modern industrial economy needs a regular process by which the unknown is made knowable, and the knowable becomes the used. Scientific research and development become branches of the social division of labor, which, at a technical level, are relatively independent of the dominant form of ownership in the economy. This is not to say that social relations have no bearing upon the process of innovation. Clearly they do. But whether the economy is socialist or capitalist seems less important than a whole series of other factors. Innovation is a branch of the division of labor in which an economy may or may not specialize. There are many capitalist countries, and they have many varied records when it comes to the industrial application of new technology. Britain is as notorious for the laggard pace of its technological innovation as Japan is acclaimed for its speed. The reasons defy simple explanation, and certainly cannot be reduced to the simple formula, the greater the market freedom, the greater the degree of innovation. Incalculable elements of national psychology and culture, a society's attitude to the new, seem to enter into the equation. Alongside these imponderables, identifiable objective factors play their parts. How good is a society's education system? How much of the national income is spent supporting research? How much is spent on development? Out of the research and development budget, how much goes on civilian and how much on its military research? Does the society have within it institutions that are capable of integrating all aspects of the development cycle, from blue skies research to finished product? There are demonstrable links between the amount a society spends on education and civilian research and development, and its rate of innovation. The institution of a democratic planning system, in which major divisions of the national budget, like defense, education, and research and development, were subject to an annual popular vote, would not guarantee that society would choose to spend a large amount on research and development. The citizens might decide to give it a low priority, with consequent effects for their economy. But this would be the result of a deliberate choice freely taken, rather than the side effect of the narrow, private decisions of company accountants. For research and development to be effective, there must be a transmission belt that spans the stages of pure research, applied research, production development, and mass production. The economic performance of Asian capitalisms seem to indicate that the later states on the transmission belt are particularly crucial. Western capitalism has had more publicly funded pure research, but an excessive portion of the applied research and product development has been oriented towards arms production. The resulting fighter aircraft and rockets have been marvels of sophistication, but the capacity to innovate in the production of civilian goods has all but vanished. The UK and the USA were no better at applying new technologies to video records, motorbikes, or cameras than the USSR. The arms industry was the only one in which publicly funded applied research and product development led through into production. For a socialist economy to use science to improve civil industry, an absolute priority would be to create a collection of civil institutions to replace those of the military-industrial complex. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. The Environment and Natural Resources. In Chapter 4, we made reference to the need for a socialist economy to adopt an environmentally sound growth policy. This section discusses some of the specific implications of this goal and assesses the relative merits of market and planned systems with regard to environmental issues. Some further relevant points will be developed in Chapter 14, where the focus is on the kind of property relations required to ensure the careful husbanding of natural resources. Up to this point, we have assumed that the cost of producing any good or service is adequately captured by the total human labor time expended in its production. In a recent critique of socialist planning, Don Lavoie, 1985, raises once again an old objection concerning the inadequacy of labor values for dealing with the costs of non-reproducible natural resources. The argument is that a costing in terms of labor values fails to deal with natural or non-labor inputs. In a market system, natural resources have a price tag and enter into costs of production. Under the labor theory of value, they are free. Thus, it is argued, the labor theory will underestimate the cost of goods produced from scarce natural resources. A serious issue is at stake here. But this argument, which originated with von Mises, can be turned against the advocates of the market, as the rational use of natural resources is capitalism's weakest point, and potentially socialism's strongest. How is the free market price of natural resources determined? The classical answer is that it comes from differential ground rent. In that case, the marginal land or oil field or forest comes free, and the cost of production at the margin comes from the labor, and in neoclassical theory, capital, inputs. But the oil from the marginal well is a depletable resource too, and in a market system, this depletion has no price. There is only a finite amount of oil, but this is not recognized in its market price. Indeed, what we have seen with capitalism has been a reckless destruction of natural resources, wherever the resource has been at the margin. Here, it is worth recalling the point that Marx makes about the American frontier, where the quality of land improved as colonists moved out of the coastal states and onto the plains. As the marginal land, in geographical terms, became the most productive land, which, moreover, could be had free as it was stolen from the Indians, all constraints on natural resource exploitation were removed. Hence, agricultural practices, absence of crop rotation, monocultures, were adopted, which led to rapid soil exhaustion. These characteristics, in the most market-oriented of economies, led to the catastrophic soil erosion of the Dust Bowl. The same holds for timber exploitation at the margins. Timber stolen from native peoples by capitalist companies is treated as a free resource on the west coast of North America, or the jungles of Amazonia and Borneo, and forests that have taken thousands of years to develop are cut down in a few decades. The only circumstance in which a market system will lead to a husbanding of land and preserve its fertility is if there is a landowning class that derives its revenue from ground rent and has a vested interest in preserving that revenue. Technically, this presupposes a differential rent arising from diminishing returns at the margin. Politically, it presupposes that the landowning class is rich, politically sophisticated, and backed by the state power. This combination only occurs under specific historical circumstances. In most parts of the world, during the capitalist era, the land has been held up by poor peasants or hunter-gatherers with little access to political power. Their natural resources have been simply expropriated. Moreover, whether it is rational for landlords to husband a resource or to mine it, destroying soil fertility, etc., will depend upon the discount rate. At any positive discount rate, it makes sense to deplete non-renewable resources. At low and stable discount rates, it may be economically viable to carry out investments that enhance the quality of the land, as was done by the 18th century British landlord classes. But here we are dealing with slowly renewable resources rather than non-renewable ones. In sum, the market will in all cases waste resources at the margin, whether returns are increasing or diminishing. It will husband slowly renewable resources at low discount rates in combination with diminishing marginal returns. It will always deplete non-renewable resources. The introduction of imputed rents into a socialist economy, as was advocated by Soviet reformers, is equivalent to performing calculations of labor values using marginal rather than average costs and assuming diminishing returns to labor. But given the arguments above, imputed rents under socialism will be no more effective in husbanding resources than real rents are under capitalism. We would argue the more radical point that ecological destruction is the result of any economic decision mechanism, i.e., any decision mechanism based upon a single objective function. Any decision procedure based upon prices fails to convey information about the ecological and environmental consequences of a course of action, since these are complex and not reducible to an accounting entry. Any non-qualitative assessment of environmental impact is misleading. The environmental consequences of a course of action have to be determined by scientific investigation and resolved by political struggle. Examples of this have been the campaigns waged by the scientific community in the USSR to stop industrial development on the shores of Lake Baikal and to halt the plans to divert Siberian rivers south to irrigate Central Asia. There is no guarantee that wise decisions will be taken on these issues. The most that can be asked for is that political conditions exist to allow free and informed debate on the issue, along with freedom of scientific investigation and publication, and that a final decision is taken by a free vote. In a capitalist country, such decisions are almost invariably arrived at to suit the commercial interests of big companies who are able to buy political influence. In a socialist democracy, major environmental issues should be settled by referendum after a prolonged and open debate in the media. If a hydroelectric scheme is proposed that will flood a valley, which is both a beauty spot and a unique habitat, it is pointless to search for some economic formula that will decide if the project should go ahead. The problem is political, not economic. That is to say, a decision requires a deliberate judgment of priorities and cannot be reduced to a comparison of simple numbers, whether expressed in labor time or money. The question of resource depletion is paradoxical, because policies of rapid depletion and extreme conservation lead to similar results. If we use up North Sea oil in one big boom lasting a few years, then future generations are deprived of it. But if we leave it in the ground permanently, then again we are all deprived of the use of it. The prudent alternative is to plan to use up the oil at such a speed and in such a way as will enable us to develop substitutes for it before it runs out. There is little evidence to show that the market is doing this. On the other hand, there was some evidence of this being done in a systematic way in the USSR. For the last 30 years, the Soviets consistently devoted considerable resources to thermonuclear fusion research in the hope of developing a replacement for fossil fuels. Western machines like the Joint European Torus, JET, derive from the Soviet tokamak designs. And in the course of 1987, with the launch of the new energy heavy lift vehicles, it transpired that a major objective of the Soviet space program was the development of solar energy. Projected use of these vehicles include the placement of orbiting mirrors to provide illumination of Arctic work sites during the winter months, and the construction of orbiting solar power plants to transmit microwave power back down to Earth. This sort of long-term project can be undertaken by a socialist economy as part of the normal planning mechanism. The market mechanism can never do it. Capitalist countries can only compete in this area insofar as they set up special state agencies that mimic socialist planning, NASA or the CEGB. End section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. The time dimension of production. In our discussion of the use of labor values, we have up to now assumed that a day's work tomorrow counts for the same value as a day's work in 10 years' time. It may be objected that this is unrealistic, and that such a system of calculation would lead to the adoption of projects that are excessively capital intensive. We can illustrate this with a concrete example. It has been proposed that a barrage be built across the estuary of the River Severn in order to generate electric power and provide a motorway link between England and Wales. This project would, once constructed, produce electricity at a very low labor cost, since the fuel comes free in the form of an unusually high tidal oscillation of some 7 meters. But the massive civil engineering involved in the construction would cost more than the construction of coal-fired stations of equivalent output. This is notionally shown in Figure 5.1, which compares the labor that would have to be expended over 5-year periods on the two projects. Over the whole 30 years, the total labor expended to produce the same amount of electricity from coal would be greater than that from that of the tides. But for the first 10 years of the project, during construction, the cost of coal power stations would be lower. If we decide how to generate electricity just based on the minimizing labor costs, then the tidal system would be a clear winner. In fact, the English Electricity Generating Board has chosen not to build the tidal station, because the interest it would have to pay on the money borrowed to build the barrage would outweigh the savings in fuel in later years. At a lower rate of interest, the choice would be different. A costing of the two alternatives using only their labor content, i.e. in terms of pure labor values, is equivalent to using a zero interest or discount rate. A zero discount rate could be argued against on both subjective and objective grounds. On the principle that jam today is better than the promise of jam tomorrow, it may be better to save effort this year, even if that entails more work in the future. A subjectively determined discount rate can conceivably be set politically, with people being allowed to vote every few years on whether they wanted the discount rate to be raised, lowered, or left the same. But a more objective approach is possible. One could use the average growth rate of productivity as the discount rate. The rationale for this is that if labor productivity doubled every decade, then 1 hour's labor now would be equivalent to half an hour's. Figure 5.1. Effects of discounting at 9% on costs of two power schemes per million of hours. This table can be viewed on the website. Since we can never accurately know the future, it would be necessary to estimate future productivity growth on the basis of recent history. It may be noted that on this basis, the decision of the Electricity Board not to proceed with the Severn barrage was economically irrational, as the discount rates used in their calculations were well above the actual average rate of growth of productivity in the economy. This instance strengthens the argument that rational economic calculation will only really become possible in a socialist state. In capitalist economies, the discount rate is determined by contingencies in the money market, which are quite divorced from actual production possibilities. It is driven by speculative movements of international capital, combined with undemocratic decisions of the monetary authorities. It is unstable and fluctuates from month to month. The use of such a variable in economic decision-making is indefensible, either on grounds of economic efficiency or democracy. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Market and non-market distribution. One strategic decision relating to the overall shape of the economy concerns which goods should be allocated directly by the plan and which should be marketed in some sense. We envisage a fully planned allocation of producer goods alongside a market in consumer goods. The precise nature of the latter system is spelled out in Chapter 8, as we shall show. It is quite distinct from the market in capitalist economies, in that it is subordinated to a planned allocation of social labor time. But we still face the question of where exactly to draw the line between market and non-market distribution, or rather what principles to apply in deciding this point. Four main points are relevant to this issue. We discuss these under the headings of rights of citizenship, freedom of choice, coping with scarcity, and costs of metering. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Rights of citizenship. The first principle is that those goods and services which are basic prerequisites for full participation in the productive and communal life of the society should be provided as a right and financed out of general taxation. Prime examples here would be education, healthcare, and childcare. We shall also argue in Chapter 13 that televisions equipped with electronic voting machines should be provided as a right of citizenship to permit full participation in political democracy. In order to function as an active, productive member of society, one must be well educated, healthy, and free of the need to stay at home with dependent children all day. These goods are necessary to give individuals the positive freedom to control their own lives. In addition, it is in the interest of society as a whole that each of its members be educated, healthy, and productive. The benefits of education, healthcare, and childcare are not confined to the individual. In the parlance of economics, there is an external benefit or positive externality here, and it is widely recognized that markets do not produce optimal results where externalities are important. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Freedom of choice. The second point is that once the basic prerequisites of citizenship are provided, individuals, or families, or communes, should have maximum freedom to decide in what form they want to enjoy the fruits of their labor. State allocation, or rationing, is poorly adapted to this end. We need some form of market on which people are able to spend their labor tokens. As mentioned above, we describe such a market in Chapter 8. This mode of distribution would be used for food, drink, entertainment, books, clothing, holiday travel, and so forth. Goods where externalities are absent or unimportant. While it does not make sense for society to allow its members to fall into ignorance or unnecessary disease, or to be trapped at home with young children, it makes perfect sense to allow them to choose between caviar, wine, books, shirts, or trips to the Highlands. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Coping with scarcity. Our third point concerns goods which are in relatively fixed supply, and where the demand exceeds the supply at a price of zero. Take the example of a congested stretch of motorway. New roads can be built, or an old road widened, but that takes time and may be objectionable on environmental grounds. Let us suppose for the moment that the supply of motorway is effectively fixed. If no price is placed on the use of the road, it becomes so congested that nobody is able to travel fast. In this case, a toll makes good sense. It is a way of rationing the use of the scarce resource. People for whom fast individual travel is important will pay the toll, while others may decide to use public transport instead. Tolls of this kind also provide useful information for planners. Suppose the construction of a new motorway is under construction. The construction will be costly in terms of labor time. If the existing road is overcrowded when no toll is charged, that does not of itself mean that new construction is cost-effective. But if a toll related to the cost of new construction is levied, and the existing road is still overcrowded, then there may be a case for building more road, unless there are strong environmental considerations to the contrary. The general point here is that opposition to capitalism need not imply blanket opposition to market solutions to problems of scarcity. There may even be good grounds for putting prices on some goods which happen to be supplied free, i.e., financed out of taxes in the present society. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Cost of metering. We suggested above that consumer goods which do not carry any important external effects should be marketed in exchange for labor tokens. This principle has to be qualified in some cases to allow for basic economic rationality. That is, there is no point in charging people individually for a good if the costs of metering their consumption and billing them exceed the revenue to be gained, when the good is priced at its cost of production net of these latter costs. In this light, ideological considerations apart, the privatization of water in Britain is probably irrational. Water is a very low-cost product, and it is not at all clear that the costs of metering and billing are justified. If clean water were to become a scarce and costly commodity, the situation would be different. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Agriculture. Free markets and agriculture are almost unknown in the developed world. The Western governments which advocate the adoption of the free market as the solution to the food problems of Poland strenuously resist any attempts to impose it on their own countries. Food markets are strongly regulated in Japan, the European Community, and the USA. The purpose of such regulation is both to ensure stability of supply and, more importantly, to cushion the politically influential farming lobby from the rigors of the market. The methods adopted differ in detail, but the general effect is to hold food prices above free market levels to protect farmers' incomes. The predictable effect of this is to encourage overproduction. Excess food is produced, which is then bought up at subsidized prices and accumulated in warehouses and grain silos. The disposition of these surpluses poses a conundrum. The simple answer would be to sell them off cheaply to consumers. But this is ruled out, as it would undercut prices and harm farm incomes. Special gimmicks are resorted to. Butter is distributed to pensioners at Christmas. At Salvation Army offices, squalid scenes develop as old people queue and scramble to obtain their free pound of butter. Even worse, food is destroyed. Stalks of potatoes are deliberately contaminated with purple dye to make them unfit for human consumption. Farmers are paid incentives to leave their land idle rather than to grow food. At the same time, high prices encourage farmers to put marginal land under the plow. Water meadows, hedgerows, and woods vanish beneath grain prairies. At subsidized prices, it becomes worthwhile to douse the land with chemicals, contaminating food, killing wildlife, and poisoning water supplies with nitrates and pesticides. We reach the ultimate absurdity when landowners have to be paid not to destroy sites of scientific interest by planting conifers, which they would never have considered in the first place were it not for the incentive payments for planting trees. What now exists in the West is a crazy amalgam of public regulation and private self-interest, all in effect devoted to the enrichment of the landowner. Despite this, apologists for this system can point to the East and say, quote, "At least we don't have food queues like they do in Russia." The popular picture of communist agriculture involves permanent shortages, Russian queues, and Polish meat riots. Before the collapse of communism in the East, there were wide divergences in agricultural systems. Poland had predominantly private agriculture, while the Czechs across the border had socialized agriculture. Poland had butcher shops with bare shelves, while state shops in Prague were piled with salamis and sausages. The USSR had predominantly socialized agriculture, but was also notorious for shortages. As these examples show, it is not a simple matter of private farms being better or worse than socialized farms. Other factors, pricing policy, the distribution system, and the cultural level of the countryside, all play their part. Moreover, whether shops are full or empty is a poor measure of the effectiveness of an agricultural policy. If prices are high enough, shops will always be full. There are plenty of countries in the world where full shops go alongside hungry people. Conversely, if you hold prices artificially low, shops will sell out. A better way to judge a system of food production and distribution is to look at the nutritional standards of the population as a whole and at the ecological effects the system produces. There is now an immense body of scientific knowledge relating to diet. Even before the Second World War, nutritionists had worked out the quantities of proteins, fats, carbohydrates, and vitamins needed for a balanced diet. This knowledge was put to good use in setting wartime food rations. Although traditional sources of supply were dislocated, the rational planning and allocation of what remained meant that health and nutritional standards for the population as a whole actually increased. Some of the nutritional advice of the 1940s may seem a little dated now. Epidemiological studies into diet and heart disease have led to modern recommendations prescribing somewhat less butter and animal fats and more complex carbohydrates. But the same general principle applies. If the population as a whole consumed a diet in conformity with the latest scientific wisdom, then the general standard of health would improve. It would no longer be a matter of preventing diseases like rickets or tuberculosis fostered by chronic undernourishment, but of curbing the great modern killers, cancers and heart diseases, brought on by a poor diet. This suggests that food supplies not only can be, but ought to be, planned. For a given size and age structure of population, total food requirements can be readily calculated. This can then be obtained from three sources: imports, socialized farms and fisheries, and private farms and fisheries. We will assume that food imports are regulated by long-term supply contracts with various producer nations, which, barring major climatic catastrophes, provide a reliable base supply of those foods that cannot be economically produced at home. This leaves a known target for domestic production. If we assume that the agricultural sector is made up of a mixture of state farms, co-ops, and family farms, then the problem is how to achieve the target level of output from these sources. Agriculture is more affected by the weather than other industries. Its output fluctuates from year to year, and exact annual planning is impossible. But over a period of several years, these fluctuations even out, and by holding buffer stocks, regular supplies can be maintained. It would be reasonable to set 3 or 4 year moving targets for agricultural output. Family farms and co-ops could be asked to tender for the supply of fixed quantities of crops over a 3-year period. They would be asked to specify what inputs they intended to use in terms of machinery, energy, fertilizers, and so on, plus how much value added they were going to ask for their labor. The supply contracts could then be awarded according to a formula that takes into account both the cost, in terms of direct and indirect labor, and the environmental effects that would be produced by applying the specified quantity of chemicals and fertilizers. A tendering system would avoid the overproduction that plagues Western systems of agricultural planning. It places the needs of the consumer and the environment before that of the producer. It would encourage efficiency and hasten the closure of marginal, uneconomic farms. The farms which win contracts would be rewarded with long-term stable prices and markets. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Chapter 6. Detailed Planning. In Chapter 4, we introduced the idea of planning as a case of feedback control. Figure 6.1 recapitulates the basic idea. The general concept can now be extended to take into account the specific points we have made about socialist planning up to this point. This figure 6.1 for a control mechanism can be found on the website. As we have seen, strategic planning deals with the general shape of the industrial structure of the economy. In this chapter, we are concerned with detail planning, which deals with just how much of each individual product must be produced to meet these general objectives. The strategic plan may stipulate that 7% of national income will be allocated to electronic consumer goods. The detail plan will have to say what this means in terms of quantities of TVs of each model, numbers of each type of amplifier, etc. And in order to achieve these output targets, the plan must specify the numbers of each type of component required to build the amplifiers and TVs. 500,000 color mask tubes of 14-inch diagonal, 300,000 of 20-inch diagonal, 12.5 million of 10 microfarad ceramic capacitors, and so on. Figure 6.2 displays the inputs into detail planning. Simulation and scheduling involves constructing a detailed model of the operation of the economy in order to predict how much of each intermediate input will be required to produce the final combination of outputs. Marketing, which feeds into detailed planning indirectly, returns information on whether the price people are willing to pay for a product is high enough to justify its continued inclusion in the plan. If people are not willing to pay as much in terms of labor time as the labor time required to produce it, then that particular product should be cut back or discontinued, and resources shifted to a different one. The details of our proposed marketing feedback mechanism will be set out separately in Chapter 8. For the moment, we will concentrate on simulation and allocation. Here's a figure 6.2, structure of planning. We introduced input-output tables in Chapter 3 in the context of calculating the total labor content of commodities. This method of representing the economy is also very useful for formulating and understanding the problem of detailed planning. An example input-output table is shown in Table 6.1. The reader may also wish to refer back to the example shown in Table 3.2. Recall that the input-output table, or matrix record, records the flow of product from each industry to every other industry. Each industry appears twice, occupying one row and the corresponding column. In the presentation we employ here, along with a given industry's row, there appear the quantity of that industry's product that are supplied as inputs to all industries. For example, if row 1 refers to the oil industry, the numbers in that row represent the quantities of oil supplied to the oil industry itself, to the electricity generating industry, to the truck manufacturing industry, and so on. Down each industry's column, we find the quantities of all products that are required as direct inputs to the given industry. For instance, if column 3 represents the truck manufacturing, then reading down that column we will find the quantities of oil, electricity, and so on required to make trucks. Table 6.1 of an input-output table. On the left side rows you have oil, electricity, and trucks. And on the top columns you have oil, electricity, and trucks for how many are required. Figures in the table should be thought of as appropriate physical units, e.g. barrels of oil, kilowatt hours, and the number of trucks worn out, all on an annual basis. Some basic terminology is useful for understanding what is going on here. First of all, the gross output of an industry refers to the total output of that industry, regardless of the use to which it is put. Gross output is subdivided into intermediate output and final or net output. Intermediate output is that portion of the industry's product which is destined to be used up within the productive system itself. For instance, the coal used in the steel industry, or the steel used in the personal computing industry. Final or net output is the remaining portion of the product available for final uses, either consumption, individual or collective, or net investment designed to build up the economy's productive base. Some products are more or less pure intermediate goods. For example, aside perhaps from a few metalworking hobbyists, consumers simply have no interest in sheet steel, so that virtually the entire output of sheet steel will figure as an intermediate product, entering the production process in various industries. On the other hand, some goods are pure final goods, with no intermediate uses. No industry uses packs of cigarettes as an input. But some goods have both intermediate and final uses. Natural gas is used by households for cooking and heating, as well as by various industries as an input to production. One more term is important. The technical coefficient for an ordered pair of industries tells us how much of the one industry's product is needed directly in order to produce 1 unit of output of the other industry. For instance, if it takes 10 kilograms of steel tubing to make 1 bicycle, then the steel tubing bicycle's technical coefficient is 10 if steel is measured in kilos, or 0.01 if steel is measured in tons. Note that the total direct input requirement for steel tubing in the bicycle industry can be found by multiplying the total output of bicycles by the relevant technical coefficient. With a coefficient of 0.01, the production of 2,000 bicycles would require 2,000 times 0.01, or 20 tons of steel tubing. We are now ready to address the structure of the problem facing the planners in a socialist economy. What people are ultimately interested in is the bundle of final goods that the economy produces. Suppose we have a set of targets for such goods. Meeting these targets requires that the appropriate amounts of intermediate goods are produced. The PC industry can turn out the number and type of PCs that are wanted only if it receives the right amount of plastic, steel, silicon, etc. from its industrial suppliers, which in turn requires that those other industries receive the intermediate products they need, and so on, in a highly complex web of interdependence. So here is the problem. Starting from a list of desired final outputs, how can we compute the gross amounts of every kind of product that are needed in order to support those final output targets? In principle, the answer can be found directly as follows. Those who find mathematical notation excessively daunting might skip a few paragraphs to the conclusion, but we use only the simplest of algebra. Consider a simple little system with only 2 distinct industries. Let G denote gross output, I as intermediate output, and F as final output. Subscripts denote the industries, 1 and 2. Since gross output equals intermediate output plus final output, we can represent our toy economy with the following 2 equations, one for each industry. G1 equals I11 plus I12 plus F1 is the first equation. G2 equals I21 plus I22 plus F2 is the second equation, where G is the gross output, I is the intermediate output, and F is the final output. In the double subscripts against the intermediate outputs, I, the first number represents the source of the product, and the second represents its destination, so that I12, for instance, denotes the amount of Industry 1's product used in Industry 2. Spelled out in English, the first equation says that the gross output of the first industry is the sum of 3 components. First, the intermediate output of product number 1 required within the first industry itself, as for instance the oil industry consumes some oil. For any industry which does not consume any of its own product, this term will be 0. Second, the intermediate output of product number 1 needed in industry number 2. And third, the final or net output of product number 1. Now perform this simple trick. Write each intermediate output quantity as gross output G times the relevant technical coefficient. This is just as in the case of the bicycles and the steel tubing discussed above, where the intermediate use of steel tubing in the cycle industry was equal to the gross output of bikes times the steel tubing per bike requirement. If the technical coefficient is denoted by A, we will have the following. G1 equals A11 times G1 plus A12 times G2 plus F1, and G2 equals A21 times G1 plus A22 times G2 plus F2. Without going through all the steps, we can now see how the problem may be solved. After replacing the i's with the a times g's term, we have reduced the problem to a matter of two equations in two unknowns, namely the gross outputs of the industries. Simple but tedious algebra should yield the desired result. Equations specifying the gross output of each industry as a function of the final outputs and the technical coefficients alone. And once the gross outputs are found, the intermediate outputs flowing into each industry are easily found too, again as in the bicycle example. The mathematics of the problem have been well understood since the pioneering work of Vasily Leontief and John von Neumann in the 30s and 40s. And the solution is not hard to find if the system is reasonably small. But if one is dealing with a whole economy, the only way to make the system small is to express it in highly aggregated terms. The rows and columns of our spreadsheet might refer to, say, consumer electronics, motor vehicles, oil and gas, and so on. This is acceptable for some purposes, but it is not good enough for practical socialist planning. If the planners are to provide a blueprint which can effectively guide production, ensuring that all economic activities mesh properly, they must be able to specify the outputs and inputs in exact detail. But in that case, the input-output table will be colossal, with millions of rows and columns, and therefore thousands of billions of technical coefficients. Solving the resulting system of simultaneous equations is not a trivial task. In addition, a prodigious amount of detailed information must be gathered, e.g. in the form of the technical coefficients, before the calculation can even begin. Information gathering and the mathematical processing of that information. Both of these issues are important. We will begin by examining the task of calculation, assuming the necessary data to be given, the economist's favorite little phrase. In Chapter 9, we shall return to the problem of obtaining the data. The mathematical issues which arise here are essentially the same for the computation of labor values, discussed in Chapter 3. In principle, the problem could be solved directly via Gaussian elimination. But, as we saw in Chapter 3, this is simply not feasible for extremely large systems. As with labor value computation, the way to proceed is to exploit the sparse nature of the input-output matrix or spreadsheet. Since the table, when specified in full detail, has a huge number of zero entries, representing the toothpaste that is not used in making sausages, the timber that is not used in making spectacles, and so on, we can better represent the conditions of production in the form of linked lists, and then seek an iterative solution. The two main iterative techniques available, known as the Jacobi and Gauss-Seidel methods, will accept input data in the linked list form. These methods do not directly calculate the answer to the problem, but they produce successively closer approximations to the answer. For the economic input-output application, it can be shown that if there is a unique solution to the problem, which could, in principle, be calculated directly, then these iterative methods will produce results which converge on that solution. The working of the iterative method in this application can be explained fairly simply. The required data input comprises 1. The target final output list, 2. The non-zero technical coefficients, and 3. Some initial guess at the required gross output of each product. These starting values for gross output are then fed through the set of technical coefficients, and the quantities of each product needed as inputs are calculated. On this basis, a new set of gross output figures is calculated. This new set is then used as the input for another round, and so on. If the algorithm is convergent, i.e., if the problem has a unique solution in the first place, then after a while the change in the gross output numbers from round to round will get smaller and smaller. The algorithm terminates once all the approximate gross outputs change by less than some preset small amount. The choice of starting values for the gross outputs is not crucial, as the convergence property of the algorithm is independent of initial conditions. If some starting values will work, then so will all starting values. See Varga, 1962. Nonetheless, convergence on the solution will be quicker if the initial guesses are reasonably close to the correct values. The planners can rely on past experience, where applicable, to select starting values of the right order of magnitude. The time order of the Jacobi iterative method is given by the number of outputs times the average number of distinct direct inputs needed in each production process, times the number of iterations required to produce a satisfactory approximation. If there are, say, 10 million products with an average of 200 direct inputs each, and 100 iterations are needed, then 2 times 1011 calculations must be performed. Suppose each of these requires 10 computer instructions. In that case, we have a total of 2 times 1012 instructions, and a computer with a speed of 1 billion instructions per second could do the job in 2 times 103 seconds, or a little over half an hour. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Planning in the USSR. Two sorts of questions suggest themselves at this point, concerning the relationship between the argument we have just been through and the experience of planning in the Soviet Union. First, one might ask, if the calculations required for consistent detailed planning are so vast and complex, how on earth did the Soviets manage before high-speed computers were available? In fact, it is rather remarkable that the Soviets should have been so successful during the pre-computer days of the 1930s in building up their heavy industrial base using centralized planning methods. The economy was, of course, much less technologically complex at that time, and the plans specified relatively few key targets. And even so, there are many tales of gross mismatches between supply and demand during the period of the early 5-year plans. A huge expansion of the inputs of labor and materials meant that the key targets could be met despite such imbalances. In addition, we should note that the early Soviet plans were not drawn up in the way we have described. Working backwards from a target list of final outputs to the required list of gross outputs, consistently and in detail, was quite beyond the capacity of the Gosplan, the state planning agency. Often, instead, The planners started out from targets that were themselves set in gross terms. So many tons of steel by 1930, so many tons of coal by 1935, and so on. This early experience arguably had a deleterious effect on the economic mechanism in later years. It gave rise to a sort of productionism, in which the generation of bumper outputs of key intermediate industrial products came to be seen as an end in itself. In fact, from an input-output point of view, one really wants to economize on intermediate goods so far as possible. The aim should be to produce the minimum amounts of coal, steel, cement, etc., consistent with the desired volume of final outputs. The second sort of question that arises here is in a sense the reverse of the first. If the mathematical and computational techniques we have discussed are well known, how come the Soviet planners weren't doing much better by the mid-1980s, when fast computers had become available? We have pointed out part of the answer to this in discussing the first question above. The necessarily rather crude planning methods of the 1930s left their mark on the system that evolved in later years. Given the peculiar ideological sclerosis of the late Stalin years, interrupted by the Khrushchev thaw, but then resumed under Brezhnev, new approaches to planning were generally regarded with suspicion. There is a suggestion in the literature on Soviet economics that the very idea of starting the planning process from final output targets, the procedure we have advocated above, was seen by the official guardians of orthodoxy as somehow bourgeois. In addition, interest in novel computer-based planning methods in the USSR came out of phase with the real technological possibilities. The types of computer system available to the Soviet planners in the 1960s and even the 70s, when the improvement of the planning system was a live issue, were primitive by today's Western standards. Soviet economists were well aware of the potential benefits of the use of consistent input-output techniques, but the equipment at their disposal permitted the analysis of only small, highly aggregated input-output systems. While these were of some use for interregional planning exercises, investigating the interdependence of the regions of the USSR, they could not be used for routine, detailed planning. For the most part, input-output analysis remained an academic exercise, and the overall impact of the computer on Soviet planning disappointed the early expectations. It is important to note that the unavailability of superfast central computers was not the only or even the most important constraint. As we explained in Chapter 3, in the context of calculating labor values, it would be possible to accomplish the same results using a large distributed network of much more modest personal computers, linked by an economy-wide telecommunications system. Such equipment was also unavailable in the years when Soviet economists were thinking seriously about improving the planning system. Cheap PCs are a relatively recent development, and besides, the telecommunications system in the USSR is notoriously backwards, as anyone who has tried to make a phone call between Moscow and Leningrad knows. Further, as we shall see in Chapter 9, effective detailed planning requires a standardized system of product identification, which in turn demands sophisticated computer databases. In the USSR, the planners continued to work with the system of so-called material balances. This system, which involved drawing up balance sheets, showing the sources of production and the planned uses for each product individually, represents a sort of crude approximation to the input-output method. Not only were the planners unable to calculate effectively the interactions among these balances, but in addition, the classification of products was incomplete and inconsistent. A political point is also relevant here. Our planning proposals absolutely require a free flow of information and universal access to computer systems, and this was politically impossible in the USSR under Brezhnev. Even access to photocopying equipment was strictly controlled for fear of the dissemination of political dissent. Finally, of course, computerization is no panacea. There are many problems with the economic planning mechanism in the USSR, which would have had to be tackled before the application of extra computer power could be expected to yield much of a dividend. One example, the irrational and semi-fossilized pricing system, with the prices of many goods stuck at levels which guarantee shortages and queues. Effective detailed planning of a complex economy, it would appear, requires the sorts of computers and telecommunication technology available in the West as of, say, the mid-1980s. By this time, however, the ideological climate in the Soviet Union had shifted substantially in favor of market-oriented reforms. It would seem that Soviet economists, or at any rate those who had the ear of the political leadership under Gorbachev, were little interested in developing the sorts of algorithms and computer systems that we have discussed. They had apparently lost their belief in the potential of efficient planning, perhaps partly in response to an earlier, premature overselling of the benefits of computerization, and partly in response to the trend in favor of free market economics in the West. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Detail planning and stock constraints. To return to the main line of our argument, we have claimed that it is now quite feasible for a planning agency to work backwards from a list of final target outputs to the list of gross outputs which will balance the plan, even when the input-output table accounts for the relations between industries in minute detail. But this does not complete the calculations necessary for the detailed plan. It may not be possible to produce the quantities of all products that are called for by the gross output computations because of external constraints in the forms of stocks of means of production and labor supply. The planners may calculate that satisfaction of the planned targets call for the generation of X terakilowatt hours of electricity. The balancing of the input-output system will have ensured that sufficient oil, coal, or uranium is called for to meet that electricity requirement. But is there enough generating capacity in the form of power stations? The economy's ability to produce over any given period is limited by the availability of stocks of durable capital goods, which take a long time to build. And then there is labor. Is there enough labor available to meet the gross output requirements of the plan? These questions can be answered fairly quickly once the gross output numbers are generated. The planning system can forward to each industry its gross output requirement, and the individual industry computers which need not be super fast machines, can then calculate their needs for means of production stocks and labor, exploiting their knowledge of the per unit means of production and labor coefficients for their own sector. These industrial needs can then be fed back to the central computers, summed up, and compared to the central records of the stocks of the means of production of different types, and to the central calculation of labor supply, respectively. If the constraints happen to be met, i.e., if the industries are calling for no more of each type of means of production, and for no more labor than is available economy-wide, well and good. Note, though, that even if the overall constraints are met, there may still be a need for reallocation of resources between industries. The Central Planning Agency would have to optimize this reshuffling and issue instructions accordingly. But if the overall constraints are violated at this point, some adjustment of the plan is needed. The original target final output cannot be achieved unless the external constraints can somehow be relaxed, and the planners must think again. Those final output targets which have the lowest social priority can be reduced, and the whole calculation repeated. Since the complete process is likely to take hours, or at worst days, a number of repetitions are possible within a reasonable time frame for plan construction. The importance of this last point, that is, the presence of constraints on production other than those taken into account by the system of input-output flows, really depends upon the time frame of the planning decision. If the plan is sufficiently long-term, then stock constraints become less relevant. If more electricity generating capacity is called for, then it can be built up accordingly. In the limit, the only external constraints on the economy's input-output system are the supply of labor and the availability of non-reproducible natural resources. In that case, adjusting the target levels of final output in conformity with the external constraints should be relatively simple. But conversely, the shorter the time scale of the plan, the more important the external stock constraints become. Any means of production that take longer than the planned period to construct must be reckoned as stock constraints. And if the time scale is very short, the state of inventories of materials becomes important too. One of the authors has been investigating a computer algorithm suitable for plan balancing in the latter situation, an algorithm which differs substantially from the standard input-output approach outlined above. The theoretical basis for this alternative algorithm is presented in the next section, along with a worked example of its application. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. A New Plan Balancing Algorithm. Suppose we start off with a shopping list of annual outputs that we want to achieve for 100,000 different consumer goods. These targets may be conservative, in which case resources would be left idle, or they may be excessive and beyond what could be achieved with current resources. We would like to know whether the targets should be scaled up or down to make efficient use of resources, including the economy's existing stocks of machinery of various kinds. It is unlikely to be a matter of making an X% change in the quotas for all consumer goods. Quotas for some goods will have to be adjusted up or down more than others. If we have a limited number of sheep and spare capacity in the chemicals industry, we want to know what this implies for quotas of wool and acrylic jumpers. Should targets for wool garments be cut? And what does this imply for the production of acrylic ones? How many knitting frames should be switched from producing wool to acrylic? Suppose the free knitting machines could be allocated to any one of 1,000 lines of knitwear. All the spare capacity could be poured into increasing production of a particular line of fluorescent blue jerseys with St. Tropez Sport written across the front in pink. But it is doubtful if such a solution would please consumers. What is required is a set of rules by which computers can decide what are likely to be sensible adjustments to the planned targets in the light of resource constraints. We have developed a computer program which will make such adjustments based on the economic principle of diminishing marginal utility. A full account of the algorithm can be found in Cockshot, 1990. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. The harmony function. The algorithm uses techniques developed for neural net simulations, a subfield within artificial intelligence. Researchers in this area have proposed that neural systems can be analyzed using thermodynamic concepts. A nervous system consists of a large population of entities loosely coupled to one another, and as such it falls into the abstract category of problems treated by statistical mechanics. It has been found that thermodynamic concepts like energy, entropy, and relaxation can be usefully applied to neural models. Each neuron, like an atom in a solid, is linked to and reacts with a subset of the total population. In both cases, we have large populations developing under stochastic laws, subject to local interactions. One can define a suitable analog of energy for a neural net. Broadly, how closely its behavior corresponds to the desired behavior. It can be shown that if one introduces into the behavior of the neural net a computational analog of temperature, then by a relaxation process one can cause the net to stabilize around the desired behavior pattern. Again, arguing by a process of analogy, neural nets and crystals are, at a certain level of abstraction, rather like an economy. In an economy, industries are linked to one another by local interactions. In this case, it is the relationship of supplier to user, rather than synaptic connections or electrostatic forces that we are dealing with. But there is an abstract similarity. Note the similarity between the neural net in figure 6.3 and an input-output matrix. The columns in the diagram represent the outputs of the nerve cells on the right. The synapses drive the inputs to the cells, which are represented by rows. The rows act to sum the level of excitation on their inputs. The level of excitation on the inputs in turn determines the level of output on the axons. We can make an analogy with the column of an input-output table, representing the level of activity of an industry. Let us label the synapses Sij, where I ranges over the rows and J ranges over the columns. The strength of the connection on Sij represents the amount of output of the ith industry used to produce 1 unit of the jth industry. Neural net theory predicts that such a net will settle into a pattern of excitation that is consonant with the weight on the synapses. The resulting levels of excitation on the cells would represent the relative intensities with which the industries should be operated. Neural nets can be modeled mathematically. The implication is that we should be able to balance an economy by the same sort of mathematical techniques of relaxation as are used in modeling neural nets. What we have to do is find some analog of energy which we can minimize. People working with neural nets often pose the problem in the inverse sense. Instead of trying to minimize the energy of the network, they maximize what they call its harmony. Formally, this is just the inverse of energy, but it has greater intuitive appeal. A neural net is set to be in a state of maximal harmony when it has learned to give the right responses to external stimuli. We can apply this notion of harmony to an economy. We define a harmony function over each industry in the form of figure 6.4. As can be seen, the harmony becomes rapidly negative if the net output after allowing for consumption of the product of other industries, of a product falls below the target. The harmony gradually becomes positive if we exceed the target. This is to indicate that the problems caused by shortages are much more serious than the benefits obtained from surpluses. An illustrative function with these properties is shown in the algorithm form below. Let U equal parentheses output minus goal, close parentheses, divided by goal. If U is less than 0, then harmony equals negative U squared. Otherwise, harmony equals square root of U. The idea is that people get diminishing satisfaction from each additional unit of a particular good they consume. The first time your relatives give you a teapot for Christmas, your gratitude is heartfelt. The 5th time round, it is a little forced. The implication of this is that the additional social satisfaction that comes from exceeding output targets tends to fall off rather sharply, and people will be more upset about shortages than they will be pleased by superfluity. We can model this with what we term a harmony function, as shown above. When output of a good is at target level, we define the harmony for that good to be 0. If output is in excess of the target, the harmony is positive, and when output is below target, the harmony is negative. This harmony function is used by the computer as a guide to adjusting outputs. Our objective is to maximize the harmony of the entire economy, to bring it all into balance. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Stages of the algorithm. 1. Randomly allocate resources to the industries. This is a notional random allocation taking place within the computer. No real allocation of goods in the economy takes place at this stage. We specify a random allocation, since if our relaxation technique is valid, then any starting point is as good as any other. 2. For each industry, determine which of the resources currently available to it is the rate limiting factor, that is to say, the resource that acts as a bottleneck on production. 3. Each industry gives up non-critical resources, i.e., those which are surplus to requirements, given the rate limiting factor, and allocates them to a common pool. This, by definition, does not reduce production, and thus leaves harmony unaltered. Note that this reallocation takes place only within the computer's memory. There would be no reallocation in the real world until the whole algorithm terminated. 4. Work out the harmony of each industry. 5. Work out the mean harmony for the whole economy. 6. Sort industries in order of harmony. 7. Starting with those industries with highest harmony, reduce their output until their production level is such that their harmony is equal to the mean harmony. This is easy to do since the harmony function is invertible. That is, we can work backwards from harmony level to the corresponding output just as easily as from output to the corresponding harmony. Resources thus released go into the common pool. 8. Starting with the industries with lowest harmony, assign to them resources from the pool, and increase their output until they are producing at a level equal to the mean harmony. 9. Work out the new mean harmony. If it is significantly different from before, go back to stage 6. End of list. This algorithm has the effect of equalizing the harmony of different industries. After as few as a dozen iterations, mean harmony will change by less than 1% with successive iterations. By itself, however, it has the drawback that it only brings the economy to a local maximum of harmony. In computer experimentation, one often finds with the algorithm in this form that there are unused resources left over, and that the overall level of output is lower than it could be. Intuitively, we can understand this as being due to the very strong tendency of the algorithm to settle in the region of whatever mean harmony it starts out with. This can be overcome by introducing a bias towards increased output. In step 7, instead of reducing output of high harmony industries to the mean, we adjust their output until it is equal to mean plus b, where b is the bias. At the start of the program, we will set b high, then reduce it with each iteration. The effect of this is that only industries with very high initial harmonies reduce their output at first, but the industries with low harmonies continue to increase their outputs. In consequence, the mean harmony tends to rise with each successive iteration, and the system eventually stabilizes around a maximal mean harmony. Provided one chooses one's data structures carefully, this algorithm is approximately linear in running time. In other words, a problem with 100 industries will take 10 times as long as one with 10 industries. As with the conventional input-output analysis discussed above, one important point is to not represent the input-output table as an array, but to take advantage of the fact that it is a very sparse matrix, and represent it using linked lists. The time order of the algorithm will then be roughly nm, where n is the number of industries, and m is the mean number of inputs per industry. The algorithm is reasonably simple, and has been used to simulate a plan for about 4,000 industries on a Sun workstation in about 300 seconds. A Sun workstation executes about 3 million instructions per second. Since it's linear in its time requirement, the program should take something like 1,000,000 seconds, less than 2 weeks, on a 68020, a popular microprocessor, to balance the plan for an economy with 10 million products. It would also require something like 1,000 megabytes to store. This requirement is not excessive. It is equivalent to 1,000 PCs and would cost £500,000 at current prices. A British company, Mako, has developed a multiprocessor that uses up to 1,024 microprocessor chips to gain speed. The proposed use of this machine is in particle physics simulations, and it is capable of 10 billion instructions per second. If we could run the problem on a Mako computing surface with 1,024 transputer chips, each with 4 megabytes of memory, the plan for a major economy would be computable in about 10 minutes. In addition to arriving at a feasible set of target outputs, the algorithm would also produce, as a side effect, the correct allocation of capital goods and raw materials between industries. This is exactly the detailed information that one needs for a plan. We have argued that there exist computational techniques that would allow the detailed planning of an economy in terms of physical units without any reference to money or prices. These techniques are computationally tractable and could be accomplished on the sorts of high-performance computers that are currently available for things like particle physics and weather forecasting. They can be viewed as simulating beforehand the sort of equilibrium process that an idealized market is supposed to achieve. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Economic Cybernetics in Chile. One of the most interesting experiments with computerized planning and control of the economy was undertaken in Chile under the Allende government in the years 1972 to 73. The system was designed by Stafford Beer and is described in his book, The Brain of the Firm. Beer's objective was to provide real-time decentralized control of the economy. Since his system provides a practical example of the general type of regulation mechanism we are proposing, it may be useful to outline its characteristics. With the conventional statistical methods available to Western governments, economic statistics are often many months out of date by the time they arrive on the desks of decision makers. In consequence, decisions may be made to try to resolve a crisis some months after the crisis actually occurred. Since the policy instruments available to the government are also slow-acting, decisions may be taken whose effects are the opposite of what was intended. After the stock market crash of 1987, the British government feared a recession and in 1988 introduced tax cuts. By the time these came into effect, demand was already accelerating anyway. So by 1989, the result was accelerating inflation. Lags in the availability of data meant that completely inappropriate action was taken. Although in this case, there was also a strong ideological commitment to tax cuts, regardless of the macroeconomic conditions. Such perverse effects, in which feedback induces worse oscillations in the system, can be avoided if controllers are provided with up-to-date information and have the means to take immediate appropriate action. In Chile, a computer network was established to do this in only 4 months, to the great surprise of skeptics who had argued that such a network would take years to set up. The task was accomplished with the computer technology of the early 70s, and the very limited telecommunications capacity of a poor country like Chile. A combination of microwave and telex links joined all the key industrial centers to computers in the capital. Within these limits, it was possible to provide the government with economic information that was no more than a day old. More modern equipment could do better. Information was presented in iconic form. Large screens in an ops room displayed annotated flow graphs of the interactions between subsections of the economy. The graphics displays avoided using figures. The magnitudes of the flows between different sectors were indicated by the widths of the lines flowing between them. Industries and sectors were shown as blocks with bar graphs inside them telling what proportion of the industry's capacity was being used. The room provided seating for 7 people, this being the largest number who can effectively participate in a discussion. Large buttons on the arms of the chairs could be used to control the displays and highlight different features. The notion of the ops room was taken from wartime experience in air defense. As in war, real-time information was displayed for immediate decisions. Decisions could be tested using computer simulations, which showed what the effects would be if a given course of action were taken. In the event it was used like a wartime headquarters in the struggle to break the anti-government boycotts imposed by private lorry companies. The computer network enabled the government to mobilize all its available transport resources to keep goods flowing. It was intended that an ops room would be provided in each industry, and indeed in each plant. Sophisticated statistical programs analyzed the data flowing up from lower levels of the system to search for any significant changes. Human decision makers were insulated from information overload and just presented with significant data on which decisions were needed. The ops room for a plant would be provided with warnings as soon as anything unusual occurred. If the computers detected a crisis, they alerted the ops room and started a clock running. If the ops room had not responded effectively within a certain time period, the next higher ops room in the tree was alerted. This gave each unit the freedom to act locally within its competence without endangering the viability of the social organism. It was envisaged that the ops room at the factory level would be run by local workers' committees. The democratic presumption was that modern visual and computing aids would allow people to manage their factories without sophisticated training. With the bloody coup that established Pinochet in power and prepared the way for the Friedmanite monetarist economic experimentation in Chile, all this was swept away. The ops room perished with Allende and democracy in the burnt-out ruins of the presidential palace. Where these targets are to come from is another matter. We have made some relevant points already in Chapter 5, and we'll have more to say in Chapters 8 and 13 in particular. End of Chapter 6. Towards a New Socialism. Chapter 7. Macroeconomic Planning and Budgetary Policy. As we indicated in Chapter 4, macroeconomic planning concerns the overall balance of the economy with respect to the different broad categories of final use of the product. The macro plan must ensure that these components of the product are mutually consistent and add up to the desired total. To develop the idea of macro planning, we need a consistent accounting framework. The 3 aspects of macroeconomics, theory, policy objectives, and accounting system, are closely related. For instance, the development of the modern system of national income accounts in the capitalist economies was motivated by the seminal macro-theoretical work of J.M. Keynes in the 1930s. In turn, the availability of reasonably reliable and convenient national accounts was a precondition for the application of Keynesian policies during the post-war years. The Soviet-type economies employed a different national accounting system, which had its theoretical roots in a rather narrow interpretation of Marx's distinction between productive and unproductive labor. The type of planning we propose requires a system of national accounts based on labor time as the social unit of account. This concept also has Marxian roots, but is rather different from the traditional practice of the socialist economies. This chapter begins with a discussion of the general implications of labor time accounting at an economy-wide level. It then develops in parallel the policy issues facing socialist macroeconomics and an accounting system within which these issues can be tackled. Once this basis is established, some more specific questions relating to saving, credit, and tax policy are examined. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Macro Accounting in Labor Time. Let us define the gross value product of the socialist economy as the total labor content of the goods and services produced within the economy over a given period, say a year. The gross value product can be broken into two components according to the source of the labor content. The larger component is the input of current labor, i.e., labor carried out within the given accounting period. We shall call this current labor. In addition, there is past labor transferred from goods produced in previous periods. These may take the form of stocks of materials produced last period but used up this period, or of durable means of production, machinery, plant, and equipment, which gradually wear out and/or become obsolete over time. We refer to this transfer of past labor as a whole as depreciation. This breakdown gives us our first macro accounting identity. Gross value product equals current labor plus depreciation. We shall also define the net value product as the labor content of those goods and services produced over and above the amount required to make good the consumption of the products of past labor, depreciation. Here is our second identity. Net value product equals gross value product minus depreciation. Now, the basic principle of distribution in our system is that workers should receive labor tokens in direct correspondence with the amount of labor they perform. We recognize certain qualifications of this principle on an individual basis, but economy-wide it holds good. The total issue of labor tokens per period equals the total hours of labor performed. Letting current labor tokens denote the current issue of labor tokens in exchange for work rendered, we have a third identity. Current labor tokens equals current labor. Taking the first and third equations together, it follows that current labor tokens equals net value product. Suppose for a moment that workers were able to retain all of current labor tokens as, quote, disposable income. And suppose they wish to spend all of this income on consumer goods. It is also a principle of the system we propose that consumer goods should have a price in labor tokens equal to their total labor content, at least as a first approximation. The details of this proposal will be spelled out in the next chapter. It follows that if workers spend all of current labor tokens, their consumption will exhaust the net value product. According to the above equations, the workers cannot consume the whole of the gross value product, since their income, current labor tokens, falls short of the gross value product by the amount of depreciation, thus ensuring that the resources are available to make good the consumption of previously produced means of production. But even so, the exhaustion of net value product by workers' consumption is untenable for two reasons. First, there are important final uses of the social product other than personal consumption. Social provision, health, education, etc. Net accumulation of means of production to enhance the economy's future productive capacity, and possibly lending to other economies. Abbreviating these three uses of resources by social, accumulation, and trade for trade surplus, respectively, and denoting personal consumption by consumption, we have net value product equals consumption plus social plus accumulation plus trade. This fourth equation shows the breakdown of the net value product into its four basic uses. If the plan calls for positive levels of social expenditure and accumulation, it is clear that consumption must fall short of net value product, and therefore must also fall short of current labor tokens, the issue of labor tokens for current work. One way to arrange for this is to tax the labor token income of the workers. It may not be necessary to collect tax equal to the full difference between current labor tokens and the plan's allowance for consumption, because the workers may decide to save some of their labor token income. And to the extent that they save, they are freeing up resources for uses other than consumption. We shall return to these points. Second, a part of the plan's total personal consumption allowance must be made available to non-workers, retired people, the disabled, people moving between jobs. If the only way to purchase articles of personal consumption is using labor tokens, then some quantity of tokens must be made available to non-workers via the state's budget. To preserve equality between the issue of labor tokens and work performed, these tokens for non-workers cannot simply be printed up. This would be inflationary. Rather, they must be taxed away from the workers and transferred to the non-workers. Before turning to the substantive issues of taxation and saving, it will be useful to put the above ideas into the context of a flow of funds account. This will enable us to check their consistency. Let us divide the economy into two sets of agents, labeled the household sector and the state sector. The household sector includes individuals, families, and communes, while the state sector comprises all economic units outside of the household. We assume there is no private property in the means of production, so there is no separate corporate or financial sector to take into account. Our procedure will be to determine exhaustively the sources and uses of funds for each of the sectors. Starting with the household sector, the basic source of funds is the issue of labor tokens in exchange for work performed, currently current labor tokens. In addition, as mentioned above, we have an issue, transfer, of labor tokens to non-producers, which we will denote by transfers. These funds can be used by the household sector in three ways. They may be paid to the state in the form of tax, They may be spent on consumer goods, consumption, or they may flow into the net savings of this sector, net savings. If this reckoning of sources and uses is comprehensive, the two totals must be equal. Hence, current labor tokens plus transfers equals the tax plus consumption plus net savings. Turning to the state sector, its basic source of funds is tax revenue. In addition, in its capacity as financial institution, of which more below, the state sector will collect the net saving of the household sector. The state sector uses its funds for making transfers of labor tokens to non-producers, transfers, for social provision, social, accumulation, and lending to other economies, trade. Again, if these sources and uses are comprehensive, we have tax plus net savings equals transfers plus social plus accumulation plus trade. Equations 5 and 6 can be reorganized in various ways. One simple change is to consolidate taxation and transfers. Let us define net tax as taxation minus transfers of labor tokens, i.e., tax minus transfers. This is the net amount of labor token revenue available to the state for financing activities other than consumption. With this modification, we can rewrite 5 and 6 as follows. Current labor tokens minus net tax equals consumption plus net savings. And net tax plus net savings equals social plus accumulation plus trade. Adding two equations yields a third equation. If we add 7 and 8, net tax and net savings cancel out, and we are left with current labor tokens equals consumption plus social plus accumulation plus trade. But since current labor tokens equals net value product, we have in effect arrived at equation 4 again, hence demonstrating the consistency of our labor time accounts. We have found it useful to borrow the terminology of capitalist monetary accounting in the above demonstration: revenue, financing, funds, and so on. But to get a proper understanding of the macroeconomics of a planned economy, we have to look behind this language. In this system, labor tokens are used purely for the acquisition of consumer goods by the household sector. The state sector issues labor tokens in direct exchange for labor performed in the national economy, i.e., outside the household, but does not need them to acquire goods, essentially because the state is presumed to own all goods other than those it sells to consumers. Suppose a hospital is built. The state pays all the labor involved at a rate of 1 labor token per hour, but does not, in addition, have to pay anything for materials or for the completed building. The state can never run short of money. There is no money in the system. And it can never really run short of labor tokens either, since these are simply accounting entries created in the name of the workers, or possibly in the name of a commune of which the workers are members. See Chapter 12. There is, however, a real issue of macroeconomic balance. If sufficient consumer goods are to be available to meet the demand forthcoming, without an inflationary depreciation of the labor token, The state must ensure that it claws back, in effect cancels out, the right proportion of the tokens it issues to the workers in the first instance. For example, suppose the overall macroeconomic plan calls for 55% of the net value product to be made available in the form of consumer goods. Also suppose, for simplicity, that the consumers do not choose to save any of their income. In that case, the state must cancel out, via net taxation, 45% of the basic issue of labor tokens. If net taxation falls short of this, the flow of labor tokens into consumer spending will exceed the quantity of social labor devoted to the production of consumer goods. The result will be labor token inflation, or shortages and queues if prices are held steady. If net taxation is excessive, on the other hand, the flow of labor tokens into consumer spending will fall short of the labor value of consumer goods produced, causing either labor token deflation or the piling up of surplus goods. The above example relied on the simplifying assumption that consumers do not carry out any saving. Clearly, if some saving does take place, then the requirement for a balanced tax policy becomes more complex. The next section deals with the issues of saving and borrowing on the part of the household sector, after which we return to examine some details of the tax policy. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section: Household Saving and Credit. Why do people save? For some, saving, like virtue, may be its own reward. But the economists demand that people have rational motives for their actions and present us with a hierarchy of motives for saving. At the lowest level, there is saving for consumer goods. Here we have the thrift of the poor and lower middle classes who put aside money for that big purchase: the car, the bicycle, or the holiday. Those with the money pay for such things out of current income. Then there are those who look beyond consumption to save when they are no longer able to work. The most exemplary of savers are those who think not of themselves, but of those yet to come, and put money into trust funds to provide their offspring with private education, or leave bequests to their heirs. Beyond this nice social and temporal hierarchy are those who, like Pharaoh, save against lean times to come: unemployment, serious illness, early death of the breadwinner. On the other hand, some save faute de mieux, where current consumption is simply regarded as adequate without exhausting income, or there are no goods which tempt the consumer to additional spending. This category speaks either of comfortable bourgeois prosperity, or conversely of consumers in Eastern Europe and the USSR, where desired consumer goods are not available, resulting in forced saving. Socialism is likely to weaken some of these reasons for personal saving. For example, the upgrading of free public education, even if private education is not prescribed, and a reduction in income differentials would weaken both the desire for and the ability to sustain educational trusts. An adequate state pension would reduce the necessity for private saving. If you do not fear penury in your later years, why not spend your money now when you can enjoy it? You may never live to see retirement. With full employment and steady economic growth, the need to provide against loss of income through unemployment goes away. If you are confident of your children's future, and if there is any way no chance of them living off property income, you are less likely to save in order to leave them a bequest. Now let us consider briefly the main reasons for personal credit under present conditions. As regards short to medium term credit, this is mainly geared to shifting forward in time purchase of durable goods for which consumers would otherwise have to save, particularly for young people who expect their incomes to rise in the future. On the other hand, the main reason for long-term personal credit is clearly to finance the purchase of houses. These reasons are likely to persist under socialism, although there's undoubtedly an element of loan pushing relating to consumer credit under present circumstances, with individuals being encouraged to take up unserviceable debt positions. This would have to be stopped. Also, the existence and scale of saving for house purchase depends on the forms of housing tenure available, and a well-run state rental sector would reduce the incentive for house ownership. Despite the fact that socialism is likely to reduce some of the motivations for personal saving and credit, these phenomena are unlikely to disappear completely. The basic reason for such saving and credit is people's desire to plan the time profile of their purchases relatively independently of the time profile of their incomes. From the individual point of view, saving represents consumption deferred, while credit permits consumption to be brought forward. But there is an important distinction here between what is feasible for the individual and what is feasible for society. In a pre-market society, saving is simple to understand. Grain is hoarded, ready to be consumed in time of hardship. Pharaonic Egypt or Maoist China could save in a very physical sense. When Mao advised the Chinese to dig tunnels deep, store grain, prepare against war or natural disaster, he was talking about deferred consumption quite literally. In Aesop's fable, the wise ant saves up grain against the coming winter while the cricket eats, sings, and makes merry. In modern society, individual savers may still have this simple view of their thrift. Money has replaced grain, but it is still, quote, put aside for a rainy day. Insurance companies use umbrellas as their emblems. But there is a paradox in the hoarding of money that does not arise with grain, a paradox that the ancients recognized in the parable of Midas. You can't eat gold or money. It is no use saving up money unless there is something to buy with it. The individual who hoarded gold would probably survive a famine, for in any famine the price of grain goes up, and only those with ample cash can eat. But society as a whole is not fed by the cash savings of hoarders. Only real stocks of grain prevent starvation. So in a famine, the rich get what little there is, and the poor die. Those who save in banks are even further removed from natural thrift than the peasant with his trove of gold Napoleons. In times of war, natural, or economic disaster, they are likely to see their savings vanish in hyperinflation or bank crashes. When the destruction of actual combat or the dislocation of war reparations deprives an economy of marketable goods, this real shortage reflects itself in the depreciation of the currency. Those who end up clutching bundles of depreciated banknotes in the aftermath of military defeat learn Midas's lesson the hard way. More generally, the savers of today can only realize their wealth tomorrow, out of tomorrow's income. Somebody saving for retirement 30 years, hence may think he is deferring consumption, but would not be pleased to have to live off 30-year-old loaves in his old age. In practice, there are no longer any goods whose consumption is deferred. Instead, savers acquire a legal title that, granted the survival of the financial system, allows them to claim part of the future product of society. Retired people are actually supported not by their savings, but by the work of the younger members of society. The material burden of an aging population is not avoided by the mechanisms of life insurance or fully funded pension plans. The young will still be the only support for the old. The shift from filial piety to mutual funds did not alter this reality, which will remain whatever the social system. In this respect, savings are a contract with the future. A strange contract in which one party, the one who has to provide the final goods, may not yet have been born. And such a contract with the future is an uncertain thing. The younger generation may renege on it. They may pursue inflationary wage increases that threaten retirees on fixed incomes. They may start a revolution and ruin the stock market. Nonetheless, in the context of a planned economy, there is a sense in which today's savers may be able to contribute to the flow of real income tomorrow. By saving today, people relinquish a part of their current command over output. They thus free up resources, which would otherwise be required to produce consumer goods. In a capitalist economy, there is considerable danger that the resources thus released will just lie idle. When a consumer decides to save part of his or her monetary income, this act of non-consumption does not of itself transmit to firms a message that certain consumer goods will be wanted in certain quantities at a definite future date. At best, the increase in saving may convey, via a fall in interest rates, the general message that production geared towards future sales is now more profitable. But Keynes argued that even this channel is highly unreliable. See Keynes, 1936, chapter 13, or for a good recent discussion of the point, Axel Leichenhut, 1981. So the result of an increase in saving may be to depress the aggregate demand for goods, causing a recession. In a planned economy, on the other hand, there is no reason why the resources released by savings should not be put to work building means of production. And in that case, they will enhance the productivity of labor in the future. In the economy we envisage, the minimum overall rate of accumulation of means of production will be decided democratically. One of the inputs into the accumulation decision would be demographic. Faced with the prospect of an increase in the proportion of retirees in the population, the rate of accumulation should be raised, other things being equal, so as to raise labor productivity sufficiently to meet the future demand on the output of productive workers. This must obviously be at the expense of the current level of consumption. But given this basic collective decision, there may still be a case for allowing individual preferences to influence, at the margin, the breakdown between consumption and accumulation. What mechanisms will permit reasonable latitude for personal choice, while respecting the constraints of the overall plan? Here are some suggestions. 1. Current labor tokens may be freely exchanged for some kind of retirement asset, one which pays out an annuity starting at a specified future date or contingency. Such transactions would be conducted through a unified state-run financial system, so that their aggregate volume can be monitored by the planning agency. As we have argued above, the real counterpart to this saving is the release of current labor from the production of consumer goods. And the appropriate response is for the planners to allocate the freed current labor to net accumulation of means of production, over and above the minimum rate of accumulation decided socially. This will then permit a higher output of consumer goods in the future. There is clearly no guarantee that the planners will use the labor time freed by saving to gear up production of precisely those articles that the savers will, at some future date, prefer to consume. This depends on the effectiveness of the strategic planning process. And perfect foresight can hardly be expected of any economic system. Nonetheless, the planners will be able to take central account of the flow into savings, and to ensure that the labor time thus released is used productively. 2. To permit a shorter-term flexibility, current labor tokens might also be exchangeable for consumer savings deposits, from which labor tokens may be withdrawn at a later date in order to purchase various consumer durables, vacations, etc. If the inflow into such deposits is greater than the outflow per period, the balance may be used to finance consumer credit. If desired, the terms of such credits, in particular their rate of repayment, could be used to equalize the demand for such credit with the supply forthcoming from the net acquisition of savings deposits. In that case, the net result would simply be a reshuffling of consumption among individuals, with no impact on the general macroeconomic balance of the economy. 3. Aside from the above recognized forms of saving, individuals are not able simply to hoard labor tokens. Hoarding, which would disrupt the labor allocation plan, is avoided by having the labor tokens expire after a specified date, much as the banks refuse to honor personal checks after a specified period in the current system. These points on saving and credit can be brought into the context of our flow of funds accounting, developed in the first section of this chapter. There, we noted that net household saving, net savings, appeared as a use of funds on the part of the household sector, and as a source of funds to the state. We can now unpack the details of net saving. Gross saving is the sum of the household sector's gross acquisition of retirement assets, retirement asset acquisition, and its gross acquisition of consumer savings deposits, savings deposit acquisition. To derive net saving, we must subtract the disbursements to which households receive from their retirement assets, asset disbursement, the withdrawals they make from their consumer saving deposits, withdrawals, and the net amount of new consumer credits extended, new credit. In equation form, we have net savings equals retirement asset acquisition plus saving deposit acquisition minus retirement asset disbursement minus withdrawals minus new credit. or bracketing the terms together dealing with retirement assets and the terms dealing with consumer deposits and credits, net savings equals, open parentheses, retirement asset acquisition minus retirement asset disbursement plus, close parentheses, plus, open parentheses, savings deposit acquisition minus withdrawals minus new credit, close parentheses. Focusing on consumer saving, other than retirement assets and credit, note that the quantity, savings deposit acquisition less withdrawals less new credit, functions as a net source of funds for the state. This term represents the net inflow of funds into the consumer saving/credit system. It was suggested above that this flow might be deliberately set to zero by varying the terms of consumer credit so that the demand for such credit just exhausts the net inflow of deposits. Whether this policy makes good sense probably depends on the terms which are required to achieve such balance. Consider a situation in which the personal sector shows a strong tendency to save and a relatively weak tendency to take up consumer credit. In that case, the balancing referred to above might require giveaway terms for consumer credit, possibly even a negative interest rate. The use of all the net deposit inflow for this purpose then looks like a less than optimal policy. Part of that flow could be treated instead as a source of funds for accumulation, where it could presumably earn a higher social rate of return. The potential problem with this solution is that while consumer savings deposits are quite liquid, and short-term or medium-term consumer credits are fairly quickly self-liquidating, the means of production which might be constructed using these funds will not be, quote, liquid. Faced with an unanticipated outflow of deposits from the system before the accumulation projects mature, the state could then be obliged to create excess labor tokens, requiring the possibility of labor token inflation, which would undermine the system of calculation we are proposing. This is essentially the problem diagnosed by Keynes, where savers wish to save in the form of liquid assets, while their funds are used to acquire illiquid capital goods. But the problem is solvable in a state monopoly financial system. The state is in a position to tell savers that they cannot have their cake and eat it. If the consumer saving deposit/credit system is tending to run a surplus, the state can announce that the liquidity of these deposits is conditional and potentially subject to rationing, rather than creating an inflationary excess of labor tokens if a big demand for the liquidation of deposits should occur. Similar issues arise if the consumer saving/credit system tends to run a deficit, even when the terms of consumer credit are made very stringent. Is there then a case for using funds from other sources, e.g., a surplus on the retirement asset account, to finance extra consumer credit? Or should consumer credit be rationed? A current surplus on the retirement asset account indicates the accumulation of claims to future output on the part of future retirees. And the safest way of ensuring that such claims can be met is to deploy the surplus in accumulation of means of production. This argues for a strict separation between the retirement asset account and consumer credit. On the other hand, to the extent that consumers take out current credit on stringent terms, which are nonetheless assessed as a realistic for the borrower, this would obviously be a condition for the granting of such credits. They are committing themselves to diminishing their own claims to a future output relative to their future receipts of labor tokens. But this reduction should then accommodate the claims of the retirees. The best policy here might be cautious flexibility. While not operating a complete separation of accounts, rationing could be used to avoid excessive deficits or surpluses on the saving, deposit/consumer credit account. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Interest on savings. One question which arises from the above is whether interest should be paid on the savings of the personal sector. Let us first examine the consequences of a zero nominal interest rate on such savings, so that people are able to withdraw from the system over time exactly the cumulated sum of the labor tokens which they have previously contributed. Note that as the productivity of labor grows over time, and the labor content of specific goods falls, labor tokens will in effect become worth more. There is a form of implicit interest on labor token savings. It is reasonable that people should be able to collect this interest on their long-term saving, since their non-consumption makes possible an accelerated accumulation of means of production, which in turn helps to bring about increased labor productivity. But there is no call for any additional payment. In the classical full employment model of capitalism, the function of interest on savings is to induce a sufficient supply of saving in order to finance investment. But in the system we envisage, investment is socialized, and the basic source of funding for accumulation is taxation. To the extent that the retirement and deposit/credit accounts run a current surplus, personal saving may make some contribution to the financing of accumulation, but this is secondary. There is no need to encourage individual saving, since the basic social rate of saving, that is, non-consumption, is decided democratically when the plan for accumulation and taxation is drawn up. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Tax policy. Regardless of the precise arrangements for dealing with household saving, tax policy will play the important role of balancing the macro plan. In what form or forms should the state tax the earners of labor tokens? In the Soviet-type economies, the bulk of tax revenue was traditionally raised through the turnover tax. With this tax, the state drives a wedge between the price charged to the purchaser of a good and the price credited to the seller, with the difference flowing to the state treasury. Such a tax is inconsistent with the system we propose, as it would involve systematically pricing consumer goods at values greater than their true labor content. As implied above, we favor an income tax. We shall also suggest that the state appropriates differential ground rent as a supplementary tax. What should a socialist income tax look like? Socialists and social democrats in the capitalist economies have typically supported a progressive income tax, i.e., one in which those with larger incomes pay a higher percentage tax rate, on the grounds that the well-off can afford to bear a larger share of the tax burden. In effect, a progressive income tax is seen as a way of reducing the inequality of pre-tax incomes under capitalism. Although whether the tax systems of real capitalist economies have achieved this objective is debatable. But if the distribution of personal incomes is basically egalitarian in the first place, as we have proposed, the case for a progressive tax falls. The fairest system is probably a flat tax, so many labor tokens per month or per year per earner. A flat labor token tax carries the following message. Each able-bodied person of working age is obliged to perform a basic amount of work for the Commonwealth. In exchange for this labor contribution, people are supplied with their basic collective needs. If people want an additional, disposable income with which to acquire consumer goods, they will have to work more than this basic minimum. We envisage maximum flexibility over hours of work, so that the individual can choose his or her working time. And if a worker chooses to work long hours, she can enjoy the benefits of this without paying any extra income tax. A flat tax also carries the advantage of relatively high predictability of tax revenue. The revenue from a proportional income tax depends on how much people earn, i.e., in this system, how much they choose to work. But the revenue from a flat tax depends only on the number of workers. This predictability will be helpful in ensuring that the plan for social provision and accumulation is met. Suppose that the planners have allocated X million hours of social labor time to uses other than personal consumption. The flat tax can then be set at a level which will produce X to Z million labor tokens in revenue. X minus Z million labor tokens in revenue, where Z million labor tokens is the forecast level of net household saving. It is worth contrasting this with the proposal of the Green Party in Britain, that all citizens should be paid a guaranteed social income whether they work or not. This social income would presumably be met out of general taxation, including an income tax. In a sense, this is the mirror image of our proposal, since a flat tax such as we propose can be considered a negative social wage. The Greens' proposal is quite feasible, and has the great merit over the present system of means-tested benefits that it removes the notorious poverty trap. Nonetheless, we have two criticisms of the guaranteed social income proposal. First, it seems to imply an acceptance that unemployment is inevitable. Given that there must be unemployment, the Greens wish to deal with it in the most humane way. We do not accept this. We contend that an economy can be run at full employment. The combination of egalitarian incomes, full employment, and a flat tax removes the poverty trap, along with the disincentive to work, more effectively than the Greens' scheme. For the second criticism is that the guaranteed income system needs a high rate of income tax to fund it, with implicit disincentive effects. We envisage a zero marginal rate of income tax, combined with flexible working hours. This allows individuals to decide for themselves when the benefit flowing from an extra hour's work balances the effort it entails. In a full employment economy, the Greens scheme, which effectively allows people to choose subsidized idleness, is likely to be resented by the working majority, who would have to support the idle. End of section. Towards a New Socialism. Section. Ground rent. We refer elsewhere to the system of property relations required to support our conception of the socialist economy. See Chapter 14. This involves state ownership of land. While we do not rule out the private ownership of part of the housing stock, the state should retain ownership of the land on which the houses stand. Homeowners should be liable for a ground rent based upon the current rentable value of the land used for their house. Under these circumstances, somebody who buys a house is just buying the fabric of the building, and the price paid for a house of similar size and standard of repair in London should be the same as that in, say, Bradford. Over and above the price, the occupier pays a rent or land tax to the state, reflecting the difference in convenience or amenity of the house they are using. Such rents could make a significant contribution to the finances of the state. If these rents are to perform the macroeconomic function assigned to taxation within the system discussed above, they clearly have to be assessed in labor tokens. Payment of labor token rents then constitutes one exception to the general principle that these tokens buy only the products of labor, priced according to their labor content.